And we're live! Welcome back, everybody. We love you and we missed you. It's been a long 2 weeks. As you have noticed, probably, your favorite wizard got scared this week, and maybe we were a little mean to him, so they're taking the week off until they recover, because research is the most important thing. Adventuring is secondary. My name is Graham, or Graham Crackers. Welcome to the channel, and I will be playing Harrison Nervos, the Tiefling Oath of Conquest Paladin today. And joining me in my lovely party of adventurers are...
Is Pharaoh playing Utaka, a water genasi cleric rogue with bugs. All right, passing it on to.
It me. Hi, everybody. This is Kari. I play Israel, the half-elf Fey Pact warlock. Excited. I pass it on to...
Me. Hi, everybody. I'm Derek Sword. I'm playing Grias Bramblepelt, who is a rogue swamp druid. And I want to give a special shout out to somebody in our chat, Eva Sere, whose birthday it is. Happy birthday, Eva. All of you very much. Thank you for being here. And I'm now going to pass it on to not Melvin this week.
Hello, everyone. My name's Jeremy, and I will be playing Yvonne, the Azamar Paladin Oath of Devotion. Last but not least is our wonderful DM.
That's me. I'm Matt, your DM, and I will be playing everyone else, including all of the Nightmare Demons. So, with that, are you all ready to dive back in to the Goldshine
Yes,
investigations?
please, Matt, remind me of what we were doing and why we're here. I've
What? I
forgotten
can
in
do
these two
that! I can
weeks.
do that, Paladin! Paladin number 1, as it says here on my palm. Let me
Why,
just...
yes, I am a paladin, as I've been told, I guess.
as I've been told. But first, music.
I'm also a paladin.
Okay.
Is that how we're doing this?
I think
No?
our
Okay.
group name is the Paladins, and we're just
We're
all
all
pals who are
paladins.
paladins.
If you all shouted at once, it'd be a real paladin.
Oh my gosh.
So. God damn it.
It's
Okay.
not too late for me to cancel the stream.
No, don't. I can do it.
No, it's too late. We're here.
When
It's happening.
When we last left off, Goldshine Investigation Field Team C agreed to investigate the realm of nightmare, the dimension that produces all fear and terror in the universe. As one of their fellow agents, Joshua Scott, their ally from Vermin Hollow, had gone missing a month ago investigating nightmare, which appears to be the source of a strange magical plague sweeping the city of Veilbright, causing spellcasters to have wild magic surges, even if that is not their origin of magic. After our very own cleric came down with the infection, the party discovered that the source is astral plane dwelling magical lycanthropy that has been using nightmare to spread into the material plane. But their enemies sabotaged the runic circle developed by Melvin Misselquill and Mr. Tails, the resident wizard of the GSIA, and stranded the party in Nightmare. And while Detective Mistra and Tails promised that they would get the rune fixed right away and open a portal to bring you back, time does not flow linearly in Nightmare. As you found out when you reunited with Joshua Scott, who, while he only disappeared a month ago, from his perspective, has been stranded in Nightmare for up almost 7 years now. Fighting your way through representations of your dreams turned nightmares, uh, a town full of disjointed and uncanny mannequins, a statue that moved closer every time you blinked, and a very strange band of animatronic animals. You found yourself in a, or rather, you find yourself in a massive, sprawling, and seemingly completely empty forest. There's no sound, seemingly no life. And Joshua Scott explains that this is the representation of the fear of being alone. all but Joshua and Gaharis have already fallen prey to Nightmare, breathing this wispy black smoke as they feed into the dimension of fear, exposing themselves to the nightmares within. And Israel and Gaharis went to investigate the strange sound of a child crying, the only other sound besides yourselves you heard after a couple hours of walking, only to find yourself greeted with Israel, the familiar visage, sans the smile of your patron archfey deity. With that, we dive back in. Gaharis, you've never seen this figure before. You find yourself looking down at a strange fey creature. You don't know the name immediately, although you can attempt to discern it. This dark, almost bluish tinted skin, like the skin is actively coagulating. You can see runic tattoos and symbols covering their face. Their eyes glow with this flaming, flickering, ember-like orange set against the pitch black of their eye sockets, and their mouth is full of needle-like teeth that looks like it would be have like the wrinkles as if it would be set in a smile, but it's simply in a frown as tears stain their face. They're dressed very shabbily in like peasant garments. Their shoes are somewhat loose and ill-fitting. It looks like their equipment is simply armor repurposed to be clothing, and a simple straw hat adorns their head as they hug their knees to their chest and rock back and forth, only disrupting their crying to look up at the two of you and sniffle as Israel, you step back in complete bafflement. And this small child, from the looks of it, just looks between the two of you in confusion and fear and uncertainty.
I would like to know what type of fey creature this is.
Make a
Whatever check I make, it's gonna be probably not a good one, so don't worry.
I'll call this a history check because you wouldn't really have a lot of exposure to the type of fey this is.
Alright, gosh, it's been a while since I've rolled dice. History?
Yeah.
Uh, 16 on the die for... Oh, sorry, no. Yeah, 16. +1 in history, but I am not proficient, so I don't think I get to add that.
Okay. You know this to be a Spriggan, a type of fey creature, not native to the regions you've been to before, not native here either. But you know Spriggans to be a somewhat unique type of fey, as they were not necessarily fey by birth. These are various types of creatures that over generations of enslavement and mutation at the hands of fey became the form they are now. Um, Spriggans are known for being mischievous, hard to control, and almost perpetually childish. Their minds sort of warped into this endless Neverland-esque fun. And with Spriggans that achieve significant power, the fun seldom stops.
Okay, and this thing is not hostile to us. What is Israel doing? Because I think Gaharis would just like give a cordial, like, nod and start talking unless she's like reacting
Israel is
violently.
like frozen. She's got like a hand back, like, don't get any closer. And probably is like, we should just turn around, leave.
But this is just a Spriggan?
It's not just anything. We should just go and leave. It doesn't need any help.
Turn around and go where?
I mean, we are in the forest.
Anywhere not here.
But we gotta go that way to go through Nightmare, right? Wasn't that the thing?
Then go that way.
Okay.
All of it involves leaving this thing right where it is.
See how my feet, they're going that way. I'm gonna just, go that.
Yeah. Does Joshua recognize this individual? Does he look
Joshua's,
like he...
Yeah, Joshua's looking at it in confusion, and you remember he mentioned that he's been through this area very frequently and
And has
knows
never
what
seen
fear it's
anything.
meant. Yeah, this is the only living thing he's ever seen here.
Uh, How many spell
No.
slots do I have left?
Walking
Weird
that
question.
way.
What's up?
So Gria's is, I think, for the sense of continuity, still in black bear form. Black bear
Yeah,
with a
but you can
banjo.
you can change back if you wish.
No,
But
he's not going to change back because I want to get. This is the weird question. What does this thing smell like?
make a perception check. I'll give you advantage because I believe they
Well,
get
because
the
black bear
senses, yeah.
gets advantage. Okay, that's 16 plus 9, so it's 25.
Okay. Something about this creature actually stands out to you in terms of smell beyond just the obvious. In this sort of pocket realm within Nightmare of perpetual loneliness and isolation, this is the only thing that has a smell. But the other thing that stands out to you is while Nightmare does have the senses, they tend to be somewhat to the point and difficult to make out. This is actually the clearest thing. It's as distinguishable odor-wise as any of your party members are to you right now. And it carries this smell with it of freshly shaven wood and that sort of cool, moist autumn air. The image that comes to mind when you take in a deep bear breath is a deep autumn forest inhabited by someone simply carving wood. That kind of fresh, actually rather pleasant smell, all things considered.
Yeah, so nothing like fetid or rotten about it.
No, it smells rather just nature, basically.
Okay.
And the creature kind of looks between all of you, kind of confused and surprised by seeming the first presences it's encountered in a while. And as you guys argue about whether to continue, whether you should interact with it at all, it finally turns its gaze to you, Ivran. Its ember-like eyes locking onto you. Who are all of you?
We are travelers in this land, and perhaps we're lost.
You do not know which way to go in the forest?
I don't know, do we? I know it was just.
It all kind of looks the same to you. It's kind of hard to tell.
This way. This is the way we're going. I'm like walking backwards in the direction that Israel pointed for me to walk.
We need to leave.
That way.
This thing isn't here to help us.
The small child finally kind of slowly starts to shift up and starts to kind of carefully, with that almost like childlike toddle and caution to it, starts to approach Griaz in their bear form. You'll have so many animals. I like your bear.
Get away.
Yes, he's a good bear. How do you feel
between this thing and Israel?
She just looks incredibly on edge, and she's honestly looks a bit angry at everyone who continuously just ignores her warnings and what she's explicitly telling them. So she's just she looks whipcord, like strung taut at this point. And she's just like looking at all of you a little incredulous as she insists that we go and not talk to it at all.
Gaharis will
go
just
stand by Israel.
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk
Sorry,
towards Utaka and follow Utaka. Gaharis knows better than to question someone that's much more experienced with the Fae than he is.
She relaxes a little bit and would walk in that direction, like just we go.
Are the other mounts with us?
The mounts have been accompanying you. Barry simply follows Utaka, and your mount kind of hovers between like hugging your side so as to not wander too far, but also like trying to maintain a kind of professional courtesy distance. So it's just kind of like almost orbiting you at all times. And the small child kind of looks between all the different animals, all of you. It's been a very long time since I've seen travelers.
Yes.
Israel doesn't even look back. She just walks away from it. Is not going to interact will not respond.
I keep walking backwards, like while people are still standing there interacting with it. I'm just like watching them, like
Just don't. We need to go.
That is truly a shame, but we have a mission to do. Goodbye.
They kind of tilt their head to the side, and like kind of start like waving it, almost like they're kind of dancing to an almost like unheard song. But then they kind of like shake their head, almost like Griaz as you kind of pass it by to join the others. It almost kind of has this like air of like it kind of briefly lapsed into just kind of its own little world, and then like suddenly snapped out of it, and looks to you, Ivron. Do you know your way out of the forest?
I don't. They seem to. So I'm
I
just
can
gonna.
show you the way.
Don't. And
They-
just
I should really catch up to them.
there was a glare sent back at that little creature.
Gonna shift. It was
The
Nice.
meeting you though.
Oh, yes. And they hold out both of their long, like gnarled clawed hands. My name is Musco.
Don't touch it.
That's
Get
a very
over
nice.
here. We need to leave.
Also, do
Thank
not
you.
say your name to it. That is something I read once.
Hey,
I'm trying to
Joshua.
leave.
We do not need any help. Goodbye. I hope you have a wonderful time, and I will. Oh gosh, do I waste my last second level spell slot? No.
Hey Joshua, you know how to get out of here, right?
He gives a nod. It can get you a bit turned around, but easy enough to find the way. Luckily, the trees are spaced far apart enough to where going in a straight line isn't as hard as it would be in a regular forest.
Alright, yep. Thanks, Muskie. Have a great day.
It's Musco. I make masks. Do you want a mask?
No. We're going. Stop. Just all of you, stop. She's almost like going to physically start dragging people along. Like
Griaz
hurting
just
you.
pulls out the banjo and goes down, 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 and just walks away.
What
Yeah.
kind of masks do you make?
No,
Magical
She
mask. Do you
actually
want
hits
one?
you.
Is it holding up masks?
It's not holding one up, but it does hold its hands up and points. I keep it in the trees. I can go get them.
I look up at the trees. What's in the trees?
Make a perception check.
Oh no! You remember that spirit in Avatar: The Last Airbender that when you look at its face and make an expression,
Oh!
it kills you and steals your
Oh!
face?
Oh,
yeah,
that's
you know a good place to
Hey!
keep masks
That's a
in
20,
trees.
friends.
Yeah.
That's a 24.
Looking up in the trees, Utaka, you see that it goes far, far up into the mist, and you initially couldn't see the tree line, but as it points up, you can see the mist almost kind of thinning and parting. And up in the treetops, you see mannequins. But unlike the plasticine ones you've been seeing, they're made of this wood and cloth, almost like scarecrows, and they're tangled in strings and vines and branches, each of them wearing a different brightly colorful mask. And there was an initial moment of horror when you first saw the humanoid shapes that you thought they were bodies, but thankfully on close inspection they do appear to just be mannequins. As you turn your gaze back to the child, they give a very wide and, to you, Israel, familiar smile and vanish. And you can hear some rustling in the trees and see some of the mannequins getting yanked up into the branches and some rustling before it reappears in front of you, Utaka, and on its back it's holding a massive, like, airport-style backpack adorned with, like, the arms and legs of the mannequins it had retrieved, and some masks and various tools, and you even can spot a few weapons.
I'm picturing it like stooped over like Beetle from Zelda. Like,
Yeah, no, very much so. Yeah, it's like it's a child, and this bag is almost as big as you are.
Israel's like dragging me, isn't she?
Exactly, like, and she is whispering to everyone, I cannot understate to you that that is not a child. It is not a friend. It is not here to help any of us. And we need to go.
Okay.
Said this fine by me. I didn't need any help anyways. I am already walking. I am an expert walker. That is my name. That is my job. I am walking through the woods.
Sorry, Muskie.
Muska,
Yeah, that. Okay, bye.
do you not want one of my masks?
No, thank you.
No, we have to go somewhere and do stuff.
Where are you going?
That way.
Stop. And she, at this point, she just covers Utaga's mouth and will drag him along.
Puck is so desperate to be cursed. No, Mom won't let me.
Why can't I hold
You
all these
wanted curses.
curses?
That's what you want.
And Israel, as you turn, you see the child kind of looking around, kind of awkwardly and uncertainly. But as you all continue to make progress, it kind of adjusts its backpack and starts waddling to keep pace. It's following at a distance, but following the group. Ivran?
So I have a question. We were given rings earlier on in this campaign that were supposed to protect us against the Fae. Do they actually protect us against any Fae?
You wouldn't know this, but Israel's patron could not make direct physical contact with her after they wore those adornments. This creature has not touched any of you yet, so you wouldn't know that. It's
She's
just-
also instructing you not to push it, so she's just like, don't initiate contact. Don't talk to
Well,
her.
he's
Don't
like-
react to this.
Like, held out his hand, and I was like, I don't think that's a good idea for you, man. Like, but all right.
Sure would be a shame if I Harry Pottered you like Corel.
Yeah. Ivran's just gonna keep pace, holding up the rear.
And the child just kind of like toddles side to side as it follows from a distance. And after a few more minutes of walking, it kind of frowns and seems to like kind of sway, almost like it's tired before kind of reaching. It has these long, spindly, creepy arms and reaches into the backpack to retrieve a horn that it starts to like play a small little tune on. It's not the same long drawn out ominous ones that you're used to, Israel. It's almost like a detuned practice version of what you will come to hear eventually.
Oh yeah, so she's like not comfortable with this, but she is resolutely looking forward and is not looking back at the thing. And she is encouraging all of them not to look back at the thing.
Yeah, Harris is just striding along like, ha ha ha, just gonna walk all happily through this scary, scary woods.
I glance back and then shrug and turn and follow.
You all continue making your way through the misty and, other than the child playing its horn as it follows you, completely empty besides yourselves forest. Joshua continuing to lead you forward. Luckily, as he had said, the trees are wildly spaced out. And Utaka, now that you've seen what the canopy looks like, it almost gives you the impression like the trees are upside down, connected by their roots rather than by their branches, because they have these like massive spaces between them, but interconnected at the top.
If I glance up again, further away from where it was, are there more mannequins everywhere that we're walking underneath?
Make another perception check. This one at disadvantage because the mist is thicker without it. The
Oh no.
child clearing it.
That's a 13?
You can't see the canopy from where you are, but occasionally in areas where the mist gets a little thinner or like higher up, you do see the occasional dangling arm and leg as you walk. So you can't see it, but you do imagine there's a real spider web of mannequins and puppets up there.
I think while we're traveling along, Reyes is going to do kind of the bear marking territory thing. He's going to kind of scratch onto tree trunks to try to, just every now and then as they're moving along, mark one tree, do a quick swipe just to, like, if they see them as they're moving along, it's like, oh, we're going in a circle sort of thing.
Okay. And as you pass by the tree and start to do this as you walk, you notice the child kind of briefly stops tooting on their horn and like toddles over to investigate, and finally like looks to you, looks to the tree, looks to you, looks back, and claws down the trunk of the tree, and then toddles to keep back up, keep pace with the group.
There's a noticeable like shudder at that sound from his. She's not having a great time.
Now, I know this is probably a weird time to be talking about this as we're walking, but do you think that the trial for the forest is to conquer our fears of, not wanting to deal with people that are weird or look weird? Is this mine? Is this about the gnomes?
No,
It
no,
might
it's
be.
not. I can tell you that for absolutely certain that it is not.
I didn't know you were like scared
Oh,
of
I am
gnomes.
not.
I thought you just hated them.
Just dislike or not trust a significant portion of them. But that is only based on the gnomes we have all met and experienced firsthand.
Yeah, gnomes are fucking weird.
I do not understand them. I accept that.
I look at Evron.
Everyone's giving you all a scowl, like, God damn, you guys are. It's just starting to get a little uncomfortable in here. But he's not going to say anything.
I mean, the gnomes we've met.
Yeah. How big is he scowling? Because I would definitely know that.
I'd say that he is moderately scowling.
Oh, wonderful. Then I am just going to keep on a tirade that Harris doesn't even care about, but just to make everyone more angry. The reason being is that the angrier everyone gets, the less afraid of anything he's gonna be.
Yeah, so Garrus, as you keep up this tirade of gnomes, Joshua kind of just totally like talking through Garrus's goings on about gnomes. Thankfully, it doesn't traditionally work that way, although I suppose anything's fair game with Nightmare themselves keeping an eye on things. It's just a long walk. It's more the isolation that starts to mess with your head. But we're all in a group, so I don't imagine what the angle for this is. If they wanted us separated for this, they absolutely could have done that.
So when you go through here, like, all isolated, how long does it fucking take you to get to the other side?
It took me a while to figure the way out. I've gotten the hang of it since last time. With me knowing the way, it should only take us a few hours.
And you said, like, it's hard to know where you're going next, right?
Geography doesn't play out the same way you would expect it to. I'm sure you've noticed that already. Doors don't lead to where you'd think they should lead. Nothing makes geographical sense. It just is whatever the next fear they want to try out happens to be.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm asking then is if that's the case, and if it doesn't really matter how long we're here, and if we don't know what's going to be on the other side of whatever door we're going to find, should we, like, sleep in the forest?
That's not a bad idea. Other than the kid, there's no other
Israel does
thing
not
in the
look
forest.
comfortable with this suggestion at all.
You cannot sleep at my house!
No. No.
Oh, also, Mr. Blue Guy? And he kind of points to Gaharis. Mr. Blue Guy?
No. Oh, that blue.
I
Okay.
will look at the creature, the Spriggan.
And they retrieve from their pack a small, very cheap-looking wooden mask, but you recognize from the slightly curved ears and the slightly frayed wig that this appears to be a mask representing a gnome. Do you want it?
That is perfectly fine. I do not need any gifts or treasures. that is very, very kind of you to offer, but I have no interest in masks. But also, are you lost here?
They kind of pause at that, and there's a long silence for a moment before they give a kind of slow, very like solemn and quiet. Mm-hmm.
Then why were you saying you could show us the way out?
I know how to get out, but I always come back.
Is that because you are bound to this forest?
I don't think so. I only see it when I sleep.
Would I get the indication that this creature has died a long time ago and this plane is now just a spirit bound to this portion?
Make an Arcana check.
Oh boy, okay.
May Ivron also check to see if he's lying with it?
Make an insight check, Ivron.
Arcana. Well, that's a 12 on the die.
Okay, 12 for Arcana. What's your modifier?
A +1.
Okay, so 13 for Arcana and Ivron insight.
23.
Okay. Geharis, you're not certain. While you know a little bit about spirit binding in that aspect, you don't know if the rules would necessarily apply the same way in another dimension. So you're not certain, although that certainly could be the case from what it's describing, the fact that it can leave but always ends up back where it started.
That's fine. I would immediately do detect good and evil as a action, which, as long as this thing is within 60 feet, I would make sure it's within 60 feet. I detect any Fey, might not be Fey, Fiend, Celestial, or Undead, and anything that is affected by the Hallow spell.
Okay. With that, other than the obvious like blip of Fey.
I don't get Fey, so only
okay.
Undead, Celestial, or Fiend.
Okay. Nothing unusual crops up on your radar. And Ivron, looking at this, because they're odd, but they are expressive. They appear to believe they're telling the truth, although they don't seem to necessarily understand the full context of it. You kind of question whether they're fully aware of their own situation. They do definitely appear to believe that what they said is their version of the truth.
Oh, I think Geharis would actually find something out about Garnet in this circumstance that he didn't know before. Garnet registers as a Celestial now. The little scorpion in Utaka's hair.
I don't think Garrus would say anything. He'd be like, huh, that is something I will unpack for later.
Okay. And Ivron, anything on your end, or are you guys going to keep walking for now?
Ivron would just look at Israel. This is kind of her specialty. But he would give her a look like, I think he's telling the truth.
And she's like, no. Even when they think they're telling the truth, they're not telling the truth. It's sort of like the look that she's communicating. Like, it's not a thing.
Okay.
The child kind of watches all of you as Joshua kind of crosses their arms, seeming a little kind of nervous, kind of glancing at Israel's reactions, and looks over all of you. Well, what are we thinking then? I know which areas in Nightmare are safe, but I can't guarantee when we're going to find another one. Other than that thing, I've been through here numerous times and there's nothing else here. Staying here is as safe as it might get for a while, but I can point out the next safe area if we want to keep going. Miss Israel, you seem very concerned about this thing.
It's not safe. That thing's here. This place isn't safe. And if you all want to sleep here, that's fine, but I will not.
What do the rest of you think?
I know we're gonna have to fight some shit on our way out of here, and I'm tired.
Then sleep.
Does Utaka look injured or unwell?
Did I take any damage?
That's my
no.
question. Is like, is it
Everyone
something else that's
should-
causing Utaka to feel tired, or is it? I guess I'd be inciting. If Utaka just wants like a mask and is like, if I sleep, then I can get a chance to get one.
No, he doesn't care much about that. It's more that he's not well. I mean, he's unwell because he's like dying of a disease.
Yeah.
But it's more that he's just like partially expended his magic and would like a chance to recuperate.
Well, didn't we long rest in the previous zone at?
No,
No.
You specifically healed. Ivron gave a speech to
Oh,
use Inspiring
right.
Leader, and then you left.
That's right. And then we.
Everyone has 11 temporary, except for Melvin. Utaka and Israel have an additional 5 for temporary HP.
I just want my 3rd level spells back.
So
Third level spells.
Melvin,
What
Melvin,
are those like?
Utaka, and Israel have plus 16 for temporary, and everyone else is plus 11, except for Joshua Scott. Unless Matt, you say I can give him my temporary HP. I know it says it's up to 6, including myself, but like I'm giving the speech, so of course I'm inspired. I don't need the temporary.
I mean, I can also use aid if needed. I have a spell slot available and I'm aid prepared. So if
Yeah, so I'll say you can if you want, but it's good either way. Since Gaharis has can use aid to accomplish something similar.
Yeah, because then I could get Melvin, Gaharis, Griaz, and Josh. No, I think I can get 3 people.
No, I already got Melvin.
Oh,
So
yeah, then I can get the other 3. So, I mean,
Yeah.
no need to worry about that. If you ask Gaharis to do it, he will.
Okay, well, let's see if we're going to rest first, because then it'll just go away. Ivron would just look at everyone and be like, well, we said the night before that we're here, and the best way to get through this is to trust in each other and ourselves. So I trust Israel and her, her instinct in this.
I agree. That sounds like a good idea. I don't believe that anything or anyone in this realm intends to help us outside of Nightmare and the deal they have offered.
Very well. And he kind of glances to the child who's currently distracting themselves, kind of rifling through their pack and like throwing aside a few masks and items.
I don't think we get to call them a child. They're definitely older than the vast majority of us.
Well, yeah, but as a Spriggan, they are essentially perpetually a child, so.
True.
Do we accept the creature's offer of shelter or deal with that ourselves?
If we're going to stay in this woods, I would never go anywhere that thing is going to bring me.
We don't need their shelter. We brought our own camping shit. We didn't know how long we were gonna be here.
On top of that, any things that has been trapped here alone for any extended amount of time is probably mad, and is probably going to attempt to trap us so that it will not be left alone.
And Israel nods like, yes, that's exactly what it would do.
Sounds fair to me.
Which means anyone going out for wood when we go to camp should not be alone. We should always have someone there. We should have 2 people on watch.
Getting wood's going to be a problem. These trees are massive.
Do we need it?
Do we
How
need it?
cold is it?
It's this very like it's basically a perfect neutral, like not too like everything outside of you guys and this child is completely flat and lifeless in this forest. So the temperature is at basically a, like, not even describable as warm or cool, just neutral.
Seems fine to me. You don't need to fell some tree.
Suppose that's fair enough. You
If
gotta-
we need fire, I can make it.
And if we need kindling, we may not take the kids' masks, but we could always ask for some of the puppets.
I wouldn't burn those if I were you. My fire doesn't need any wood.
Riaz just like holds his banjo closer.
All right. Well, this entire damn forest looks the same, so here's as good a spot as any, I suppose. We can leave in the morning. I estimate it'll probably take us another hour and a half to get out of here. But other than them, as the kid hoists the backpack back over their shoulders, nothing else here but us.
Wonderful. Can you point the direction that we need to go first?
He gives a nod and kind of looks about for a moment before pointing pretty much in the direction you were already going, where it's just forest, and a wall of mist.
Yeah, the reason why is Harris is going to make a mental note and also drag his sword along the dirt and make an arrow going that way. So that after we wake up from a night's sleep and everything looks the same, we don't get turned around.
Okay.
And I will be making numerous things and lining them up, some of which I will be sleight of handing so that the
kid doesn't see
being
them.
can't mess with it.
Make a sleight of hand check.
I would love to. I will give Utaka a look of like as I'm like drawing the arrows and then like a little.
Hey, you want to see some magic? I ask the Spriggan.
Yes! And they immediately just sit with like a heavy clatter of their backpack and like starts like swaying side to side excitedly.
Okay, you like our bear? He's pretty
Yes!
great, right? Okay.
Yes.
I stop for a second as the bear gives me a look. But
You like our bear is not a good way to start, but yeah, let's see where this goes.
okay, so he has this trick where he like plays this thing, but you see how like the strings are broken. Here, I'm gonna fix it. And I
Okay.
will lift the banjo strings and mend them back together and repair your banjo for you.
Thank
Well,
you.
while the Spriggan
I mean-
is
That is so cool!
yeah.
Would you argue this is at an advantage?
Yes, now that the kid is enraptured, you have the advantage on
Okay,
this.
so that's 17 on the first die and a 12 on the second.
Okay, noted. You kind of carefully, while they're not observing, start drawing arrows to point your party the right way in the morning before returning to camp as they excitedly finish clapping. I cannot do magic. I just make things. Well, I can do like a little bit of magic, but it's not a lot.
I used to only be able to do a little bit.
Do you think I could do that kind of magic?
Israel is going about her business, setting up camp for other people.
I don't know.
And
You pray to anything, kid?
what?
Do you like pray?
What is that?
Like talking to something bigger than yourself?
He's bigger than me, and he points to Ivron. I talked to him.
Yeah, sure. You can pray to Ivron.
Okay. How do I do that?
I don't know. Why don't you go ask him?
Okay. And they immediately they don't even they just keeping the their backpacks slouched and kind of like banging against their hip start toddling over to Ivron. And I will note as a side note that Joshua is helping you set up Camp Israel. Toddle over to you, Ivron. Hello.
Hello.
He said that I should pray to you. How do I do that?
Pray to me.
Yes. You're bigger than me, and they said I should pray to things that are bigger than me.
I think that they meant an ideal bigger than yourself, a power larger than you. Does that make sense?
Ray, if somebody asks you if you're a god, you say yes.
It's like
What do you pray
impersonating an
to?
officer. Oh. Well, how do I answer this question? I don't know. I pray to, and then he'll just kind of go off into this long tangent about his divine proxy and his complex relationship with Space Mom or Dad.
The child, for their part, actually listens at relatively good attention, just kind of like swaying on their feet. Their burning little ember eyes just locked onto you as you talk. And they kind of shift a little bit and okay, I think I understand.
So the idea is to respect them by, here, let me show you. And he'll like, I don't know, maybe like put his hands together and ask them to get down on their knees and then just, I guess, talk to them as though you're talking to a friend or a parent.
What's that?
Israel has given definitely Utaka a look when he sent the kid over with those words of like, oh yes,
Okay.
go worship Ivran.
No,
There's definitely a look of like, you know what you've done. And
No,
then
I will say that it does look like Utaka knows what he's done, and this wasn't necessary. I think Israel has watched him when he's like when he's being a little wily before. And this wasn't necessarily about bothering Ivran so much as Utaka created a situation in which he could hear Ivran explain what he worships because he hasn't gotten that information out of Ivran before. So he more set Ivran up to say this.
Precisely, which is why you're getting a
He
look,
was
and it is a
he's
look of
clearly
shaming.
listening.
Exactly, there is a look of shame there. Like, you know, you could have just like asked like a normal human being, but that's fine, whatever. And then further, just like people keep talking to this thing. It's how it starts. In fact, that's what she mutters of. This is how it starts. She's working.
What is a parent?
A parent is like a sire, someone or something, I guess, that made you. We're not going to get into how people are made, but the thing that made you.
I do not know.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry.
I live in the forest. Do you think the trees made me?
Perhaps. Would you like to pray to the trees?
Mm-hmm.
Then I guess take what I've shown you and try it with the trees. Perhaps they will listen.
Okay, thank you. And they kind of toddle off, seemingly approaching a completely random tree, and they very gently set their backpack of belongings up against it, and enter a somewhat clumsy but recognizable position similar to the one you had taught them.
Well, that was interesting. And he'll just like pat Yao on the head. All right, let's go help set up camp.
Yeah, and Yao, for their part, kind of like tilts their head, seeming kind of uncertain what to make of this little creature. Um, uh, um, and before kind of like you have to kind of like actively get their attention to take their eyes off of it and follow you, um, as it, um, as the child prays to a tree. As you all rejoin the group, Gaheris having set up your directions, Avron having introduced religion to the Spriggan child, Utaka having gotten some new information about Avron, Griaz still a banjo bear, and Israel just frustrated at the group's putting up with the small, frightening child. Um, uh, you and Israel and Joshua finished setting up camp, and as all of you join up, um, the child kind of observes from a distance, kind of hugging their backpack as they watch all of you. And in the distance, with like the mist and the darkness of the forest, it's this kind of unsettling thing of just a vaguely humanoid shape and the flickering embers of their eyes piercing through the fog.
So Matt, Griaz is probably reaching the end of his
Mm,
wild shape time frame. So
yes.
one last thing before he changes back, Joshua said that they were the only ones here. Griaz just wants to do like one last perception check with
Yeah.
sense of smell, see if he can pick up anything else.
Okay, go for it. And of course, advantage because keen senses.
It was a nat 20 plus 9. It's 29 if you want to.
Yeah. You kind of continue to hold your banjo, take a deep, careful, and cautious smell. And you smell the moisture of the mist, the ancient wood of these trees. That, again, kind of autumnal smell that the child seems to carry with them perpetually wherever they go. That smell of freshly carved wood. And as you kind of smell more carefully, you can get even more of that smell coming from the canopy. Um, uh, um, Beyond that, nothing jumps out to you. Although now you are, similar to Utaka, aware of the wooden puppets held up in the treetops.
So very keenly aware of how long it's been since we've all had a shower. Okay, then yeah, he will revert to bugbear, less black bear, more bugbear.
As you return to your bug bear form, you hear a very small from the distant child as you all settle into camp. Um, is there anything you all would like to do before taking camp for the night? Joshua kind of doesn't really tend to the fire, as Israel. I'm assuming you're using create bonfire to maintain. So without the need to maintain it, he just simply kind of watches and just kind of breathes in deeply and just kind of seems lost in thought. And with the child sitting a distance away, you have some relative more or less privacy for the moment. Is there anything any of you would like to do?
No, I'll divvy out rations. And
Yeah.
I think Gaheris is just going to sit down and keep a watch over the direction that we're supposed to go and probably not say anything, which is probably very uncharacteristic of Gaheris.
Yeah. Israel's set up her sleeping situation in such a way that she's just always facing where the child's sitting. And she doesn't seem like she's intending to actually sleep. She's just eating her ration, just sort of staring over there.
Before
Want to divvy up watches now, or yeah, I think 2 of us per watch. Is that what the idea was?
Does that make sense to me? I will take watch with whoever wants. Do you want me to take first watch? I don't mind.
I'll be watching all night regardless.
As it doesn't seem healthy. You should probably get at least a few hours of sleep.
Just sort of gives him a look.
Okay, well,
I'll survive.
there's half of the watches.
Ron
And
always
Take a second.
so.
alright. I'll wake up.
Okay. So Gahar's first, Ron last, who's taking second, and Israel's just staying awake the whole time. Okay. Noted. All right then. So, as you guys settle in for the first chunk of the watch, Gaharis, you can roll with advantage, or you can both roll separately.
I roll with advantage anyway, so I think that Israel should also roll.
Okay. So, yep, both of you do your thing.
All right, that's a 14 from me.
Okay,
17.
Okay, 14 and 17. Noted. You watch through this empty, silent, and lifeless forest as the rest of the party settles in for sleep. Joshua kind of tucking up against the base of the tree that the camp is set up near, and slowly nodding off. And as the two of you watch, both of you uncharacteristically silent for having a watch together, as you both kind of contemplate and let your minds wander. And it's easy to see now how being in this forest for long lengths of time could be maddening. The pretty much identical layout everywhere you look. Even though you've been here for several hours now, no time appears to have passed. The mist maintains its thickness, and the only thing you get that breaks the monotony is the occasional dangling limb of a stray puppet from the canopy. And after about an hour of the watch has passed, Israel, you hear it first because you're sitting a bit closer and actively watching them, but Gaharish, you hear it and kind of turn as you see the child with their backpack in hand very slowly and cautiously approaching the camp. Not seeming hostile, just careful, and kind of giving you a big needle-tooth smile, Israel, as they approach and gently set their backpack of belongings across the camp from you. I heard you say that you don't want to sleep. I have a mask that makes you not sleep if you want it.
No.
They kind of tilt their head to the side and kind of hug the backpack back to them and kind of cross their legs over it. And they're kind of quiet for a moment before they give a smile. I do not need to sleep either, so we can stay up together.
Israel, like, it's not a happy smile, but there is that, like, sort of grimacy smile. She just sort of stares at it and is like, yeah, we sure are.
The creature starts digging around in the backpack and finally receives what appears to be a set of goggles. Although, imagine one of those like sleep masks that cover the eyes, but rather than that, it's almost like imagine that hybridized with glasses with simply empty holes where the lenses would be, and they stretch it over their small head, lifting up their straw hat to reveal a completely smooth, round head, and gently adjust their hat back over their head as they wear these sort of Ludvico technique-looking goggles and settle in. Um, and give you a wide smile as they kind of nestle their head into into the top of their backpack and just watch them.
That is so wonderful. Do you intend to follow us until we leave? Do you
Do you
intend
not
to leave as well?
do you not want me to follow you?
I do not impose my will on others. You are free to do with yourself how you wish, just with the acknowledgement that your actions and anyone's actions always come with a cost or a repercussion. I am simply gauging what your intentions are. Do you intend to leave this forest? Do you intend to leave the plane of nightmares? Do you intend to stave off the endless boredom until you are forced to come back here?
I do not think I can leave. Every time I leave, I always come back. but it's been a very long time since I had anyone to talk to. I talk to the puppets sometimes, but they don't talk very much.
How much does this thing look like a puppet?
It has a somewhat puppet-like appearance, but and the way it kind of ambulates and moves is very like kind of twitchy and lanky and awkward. So you could definitely see it like being something akin to a puppet brought to life, but its appearance is not. It doesn't stand out that much compared to other Spriggans, that at least as far as you know. So uh, it definitely resembles a puppet, but you imagine that's either coincidence or something. It doesn't appear to be sinisterly intended in that particular
I
regard.
mean, I guess Gaheris' thought process was Louis Tenniel tricked us even further by having the illusions double-decked, so people
Mm,
wearing the outfits that they would have had when we're pretending,
mm.
and vice versa. So I think that Gaheris would just be trying to run out, like, what the heck is a Spriggan doing in the Plane of Nightmares? How would it have gotten here? Is it a illusion stacked on one of these puppets that has somehow become sentient over time? Is it
Okay.
like, I think Gaheris would just be trying, like, various
Make me
possibilities.
I'll call this a general intelligence check.
Good thing I'm. Well, that's a 6. I think Gaheris is a strong boy, not a smart boy. That's a 7 total.
You're not sure. It's hard to say. Um, but um, for what it's worth, it does appear to definitely be you've fought through many illusions now. It doesn't appear to be an illusion at the very least, although you can't tell. It very well may be simply a puppet that achieves sentience, and the Spriggan is simply the closest thing it could equate to, but you aren't really certain. Um, uh, and as you're kind of thinking this over, it continues. I used to travel with people, but I don't anymore.
Did something happen to these people?
Hmm. They lived for a very long time, and now they don't. Their hair turned gray, they got all wrinkly like a raisin, and then they went to sleep and didn't wake up again.
Was that in this forest or somewhere else?
Mm-mm. I came to the forest after that.
God, this is like a weird reverse Pinocchio, and it's terrifying me. I don't like this.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why Israel's just
Oh.
sort of like she's listening clearly as this is happening, but she's also just got like her own sort of like turning wheel of thought as she's just, like staring.
Hey,
at
the Plane of
creature.
Nightmares is unsettling you. How quaint.
She's like, yeah, who'd have thought? Like, this is unsettling. All of it's unsettling.
I mean,
literally the point.
Yeah.
Trying to be less unsettled,
Yeah.
basically.
That is. I am sorry for your loss. That is very tragic. Growing old is a thing that mortals have to deal with.
Mhm.
But why did
It's
you
okay.
choose to come here then?
They kind of pause and their brow kind of wrinkles a little bit. And they kind of hug their little backpack closer to themselves. Well, little, quote unquote, but they hug their backpack to themselves. And it was the only place I could think of that didn't make me think about it.
The only place the Feywild reminded you of it, the material plane, and so you came to the plane of nightmares. That is very tragic.
I just wanted to be by myself for a little bit, but and they kind of look around, and your attention is drawn now to as multiple members of the party have seen this, so it's easier and easier, especially with your advantage on perception. your attention is drawn to just the sheer number of puppets this thing must have created to keep itself some form of company, and the sheer number of them that decorates the canopy. And for how massive this forest is, assuming that pattern continues, it seems like this thing's had nothing to do for a very long time but make masks and puppets to entertain itself as it wanders the forest.
If you could leave and go somewhere else, where would you go? It could be anything as small as a small glade in the woods, or anything as big as a city or another plane.
I'm okay with staying in the forest. I just miss my friends, and I want to make new friends.
Then perhaps you should go to the material plane. There are far more individuals in need of a friend there than here.
They kind of tilt their head to the side and think about it. Do you think I could leave the forest if I wanted to?
Do I
You
get
got
the indication?
yourself here.
And one more time, Graham.
Do I get the indication that this thing is now bound, the same way that Eladrin are bound to the Feywild, or like Shadar-kai are bound to the Shadowfell? That this thing is too intertwined now, or do I get the feeling that if it had help, it could probably leave?
Make an Arcana check. I'll give you advantage because you're familiar with Spriggans, and at least have some baseline experience with Nightmare.
Nat 20, and that was Arcana.
Yeah.
So for 21,
Hey!
hey, best I could possibly do.
You do recall something about Spriggans, that when a Spriggan is created, they are typically bound to the forest that they were created in. However, from what this one has said, and this is something that Spriggans can do, if they live for long enough, they can eventually break free from the forest that they were born in and wander the world freely. You know that, however, that because of their often Mad Hatter style personalities and trickster demeanors, that they are often shunned in big cities, as their idea of making friends is pranks and mischief. So you do know that a Spriggan is usually born bound to a forest, but is free to leave at any point. And as far as you're aware, nothing about Nightmare would bind you in that specific way, especially as you've interacted with this kid long enough, and again with a natural 20. The child isn't afraid, it's just sad and lonely.
I think that you can go wherever you want. The troubles and the past are a part of us, but they are not who we are. Mistakes, accidents, the people you meet, the people you say goodbye to, each of them is a little bit of you. But it is not all that you are, and it does not encapsulate everything that you can be. If you wanted to leave, I believe you can. But you just have to make the choice to move on rather than stay where you have. The first step comes with deciding that the person you are today is not the person you are going to be when you take your first step, and the step after that, and the step after that.
I just miss them a lot.
That simply shows that you loved them, and that is not a crime. To love someone or something is to be bigger than yourself. But imagine their love for you. Would they want you in this place? Or would they want you to meet and love other people, other things, other hobbies? To pass that love on like a torch.
You talk a lot like they talked. You're very smart.
I do not believe that I am the smart one, but the compliment is appreciated. I think if you wish to leave, then you can leave whenever you wish to.
They kind of lift the goggles up and kind of wipe at the fire pit-esque eyes before pulling them back down. Okay. Can I come with you?
I look to Israel.
She's made her stance clear.
Yeah.
Like,
You're muted.
if she had her way, she would not deal with this thing a second longer.
Yeah.
She doesn't trust it. She doesn't believe what it's saying, just inherently. She probably thinks it would be a real dumb idea to bring it with them. But if they were gonna do it, if Gaharis wanted to, she would, and she'd watch it the whole time.
I cannot speak for everyone, but you are welcome to follow us to the exit and.
They kind of tilt their head a bit and give a nod. Okay. If you all want to sleep, I can have my friends watch to make sure nothing in the forest sneaks up on us.
That is very kind, but I rather enjoy taking watch. It breaks
I
the
won't
monotony.
sleep regardless.
They flash you a smile and tap the sides of their goggles. Me neither. And they kind of settle in, hugging their backpack, and just nestle their head into the crook of it and just flick their eyes between the two of you, kind of smiling to themselves and humming a little tune, kind of kicking their little feet. As beyond that, your watch passes without incident. Gaharis, Griaz had the second shift.
I will wake Griaz up. I will maybe tuck Melvin in a little bit more while I'm like walking over to Griaz. Griaz, it is your watch. Rise and shine.
Yeah, bud. Yeah. And anything to report? I'm assuming everything's fine.
The creature is sitting with us. It is a Spriggan.
Hello.
It wants to leave the plane of nightmares. I believe it can.
All right. Okay.
But besides that, nothing to report. Have a good watch.
You get some rest.
All right, Griaz, perception with advantage, or you and Israel can roll separately.
Man, a +9 if Israel. Yeah. Okay. 18 + 9, so 27.
Okay. You settle in next to Israel, who looks drowsy but staying awake, as you start taking up your position to watch. And much like last time, the first half hour, 45 minutes pass without incident. But you start to hear a kind of low, again, somewhat disjointed and awkward tune from a horn as the child plays what appears to, like, the intent is to be a lullaby, but they're not very good at it. So it's just kind of this awkward melody, and you hear some shifting, this from the canopy above as some leaves start to fall over the camp. And you can see these, it's a horrifying moment as you can see some of the puppets and marionettes crawling their way down from the treetop canopy, a few of them kind of dangling lifelessly from strings, but you see that all of them are holding various small knickknacks, a few masks, goggles, helmets, hats. And whenever they arrive at the campground, the one ambulatingly crawling on all fours kind of passes you and looks up at you with completely faceless before continuing to crawl past you. And they all deposit just piles of these knickknacks and belongings at the creature's feet. And it kind of continues to play its horn. And finally, looking over the pile and giving a nod, gives a final hissing note from the horn, and the puppets all are pulled back, ripped back into the canopy by strings, with the exception of 7 that stay gathered around the child. And as it continues to sort through its piles of strange knickknacks and belongings, you can see it, the child kind of glancing to you and giving a smile and a wave and kind of like tilting its head, and it starts decorating one of the otherwise completely faceless and undecorated mannequins. You can see it gluing patches of what appears to be very obviously fake fur to the arms and kind of like trying to stretch the arms of the mannequin it's working on out a bit. And once it reaches a point it's satisfied with, it appears to have a unconvincing but functional bugbear mannequin. It slaps a small log in front of it and begins to carve.
Okay. I love using underutilized things. Druidic is one of those severely underutilized things in D&D.
Indeed it is.
So this thing's wearing a mask. It's kind of a spriggan, so it's wooden in general. Does it have markings on it which Griaz would recognize as being Druidic? Is this thing giving off even something that is similar to the swamp spirits that he's familiar with? Is it giving off a similar vibe?
Combined with your Druidic, maybe an Arcana check will give you advantage. Okay. It's combining your Druidic knowledge with your experience with forest spirits.
It's 18 plus 1. It's 19.
Okay, 19. And Israel, real quick.
So those runes on its face, what would those happen to be in? If it happens to be Elvish, Primordial, or Sylvan?
They are, in fact, Sylvan.
Cool. She would know what those say by now. After staring so intently at it.
Okay, we'll come back to that. First, Griaz. The runes themselves, you are not familiar with what languages do you speak? Do you speak Sylvan?
No, I do not. No, it's,
okay.
I got like, yeah.
You do not know what the runes say, however, you are aware of their function and do indeed, after kind of like feeling it out and thinking it over. This creature, while Spriggans themselves are not necessarily forest spirits, although some do make that claim given their nature of being bound to the forest they are created in, at least for the early part of their life, you do recognize that kind of air of as you kind of feel it out using your druidic abilities, it's actually a very startling amount of power that for a nature spirit to potentially have in this very small, unassuming body. It's not like completely overtaking, but it is notable, on par with some of the more elder and well-attuned swamp spirits of your home. And while this is not a swamp spirit, it has that same air of being a spirit of nature. And you can tell with your magical arcane druidic connection that its power is immense for its size. Um, and Israel. The runes are in a somewhat archaic form of Sylvan, so you do not understand exactly what they mean. However, you do understand the sort of intent behind them. It's almost like they're written in the equivalent of ye old Sylvan, so to speak. Um, uh, and they are not necessarily words written on its face. What they are is spells, hexes, magical ruins, and because you can speak Sylvan, I'll say you could gather. You recognize these to be runes for spells that you're very familiar with. Spells that you may in fact know how to cast. Uh, Bound in runic form, tattooed on this creature's face. Um, uh, um, Given what you had overheard it saying to Utaka regarding its inability to cast magic itself, you estimate that it likely tattooed these ruins to make up for that deficiency. Um, you can see runic markings for a few spells that you possess in your own repertoire, including the one that your patron introduced you to, that no other warlock in the world can cast.
Yep. Cool. Cool.
Because it's making this bugbear mannequin sort of thing. I do want to try to speak to it in Druidic, not knowing whether it speaks Druidic or not, but just ask, just what do you want? But it'll say it in Druidic, so I think Druidic is Celtic in base, so I think it's something like Data Tuagaradi.
They kind of perk their head up a little bit and turn to look at you. And they kind of hesitate and think for a second. And 1 second, please. And start digging in their backpack, rifling around a little bit. And finally, they give a ha! And pull what appears to be a mask carved of stone with recognizably druidic carvings on it. And as they pull the Ludvico goggles off and adorn this mask onto their face, they turn to you and speak back to you in fluent Druidic. Can you say that again, please?
I can. You didn't need to do that. I was seeing if you. Fine. If you want to do this in Druidic, that's fine. I said Data Tuagaradi.
They kind of clap and like repeat it to themselves a few times, almost. And their pronunciation's a little garbled. You imagine, given that they put the mask on before speaking, that it's magically allowing it to speak and hear you. And remind me again what you were
I was just
asking
asking
in
what
Druidic.
it wants. Yeah. What do you want? I will stop doing the Gaelic for you, Matt. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, I actually appreciate the play. I just wanted to remember because
fair,
because I was thinking of it from as the kid, and I was like, oh, they don't understand Druidic, so they wouldn't know what it means.
Because if he's sitting right next to Israel, I mean, that's he respects Israel's fear of this thing, her knowing best. So he's not gonna play around with this thing. He's just gonna straight up ask me what it wants, especially because it's creating an effigy of him now.
Yeah.
Israel just watching this, hoping that people are like, are you cluing in yet? This thing's like creepy on a level you will never understand.
The blue guy said that I could follow you out of the forest if I wanted to, and I haven't had friends in a very long time, so. And they gesture to the effigy of you they're making. I thought I would make you special puppets while we travel.
All right, that's fine. And he'll just kind of like nod towards Israel, not look at her, just leave her alone. Dasim Guma, Fagle, Fan.
And kind of glancing to her and looking back to you and responding in Druidic. Do they not like me?
Nay.
Why?
I don't know, little guy. You tell me.
Do they not like my puppets? Do they not like my masks?
I'm not gonna lie, the puppets are a bit off-putting.
Huh?
And your masks, we don't know if we can trust you. And I sure as heck am pretty unsure about that right now.
I can tell them to go home if they are off-putting.
That'd be a good first step.
They lift the mask up to play on their horn as the puppets stand to attention and start to crawl and clamber their way towards the base of the trees. And as they gather around the base of the trunk that they had been praying around, they give another like hissing note on the horn, and the puppets are ripped back into the canopy by puppet strings. And they pull the mask back down. Is that better?
That's better. You don't want to hurt us, do you?
Mm-mm. I haven't had friends in a very long time.
All right. We don't want to hurt you either. So let's just no tricks or anything. All right. I mean, I messed with Fae folk before. Yeah.
Miss Huntress said that I should not play tricks on people to make friends anymore.
That's good advice. Listen, you're just gonna have to give us all time. We're in a scary place. Trusting people's hard. You keep your nose clean and you just follow along, don't cause any mischief. We'll see where we end up. That sound fair?
Okay, mister. What is your name?
Nah. You can call me Mr. Bear for right now. That works just fine.
Okay, I am Musco.
It's a pleasure, but yeah, maybe don't go asking people's names. That's just in a place like this with folk like you. It's just, you don't give away shit like that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Sorry, pardon my goblin. Stuff like that.
They kind of tilt their head and look at you for a little bit, and after a long pause of silence, you get the impression their mind is just kind of wandering a little bit. And I saw that you can turn into a bear. That's very cool. I have a mask that can make me do that.
Yeah, that's real neat now.
I
You
made
got a
it
lot
myself.
of masks, do you? Yeah.
How do they get their powers?
They turn to you and pull this smooth druidic mask of stone off of their face. How does what? My masks?
Yeah.
They kind of pull the stone mask off the top of their head and kind of look on it. I do not know. The huntress said that I put my heart and love into everyone, and that's what makes them magical. Although other people say that I am magic, and that's what makes them magic. And other times I don't make them; I just find them.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of tilt their head to the side and give a smile. I have a mask that can make you not need to sleep. I have a mask that makes you very big. I have a mask that makes you very small. I have this one, and they pull up what appears to be relatively convincing rubber face mask of a tentacle-faced humanoid squid. I have this one. This one's one of my favorites.
There's just like a visible, like you see her sort of like counting to 10 and then breathe and like count to 10. Like she's not actually physically comprehending reality. She's just sort of like trying to like keep an even keel. She's like, I will either scream or I will attack or I will be afraid. None of which are appropriate now.
All right. Moscow, was that your name?
Moscow.
Moscow.
Like when you go to the theater, and and they wear the masks, and it's called the Mask Theater. It's Moscow.
Yeah, I had never been to a theater. That sounds nice. How about this? We are not currently friends. We're acquaintances.
Oh, so that's why you do not want me making puppets of you?
Yeah, that's first reason of many. Um, how about this? I I can give you something small just as a token of us just getting along. If that would work for you, all right?
Okay. Do you want me to give you something too? It doesn't have to be a
No,
mask. I
not
collect
right
lots
now.
of things.
Not right now. But this is just this is a down payment, as it were, if that's fair.
They kind of rifle through the bag and pull a small, what appears to you think it might just be a rat, but it appears to be fake and completely immobile. And you can see a little wind-up key in its back. This is the smallest thing I have. I can give this to you.
That's okay. You know that sometimes gifts don't have to go back and forth. Sometimes you can just accept something nice, and I'm trying to do something nice for you, and you don't have to give us anything. You can just be nice back to us in general in return. Does that sound fair?
Okay. And they slide the rat back into their backpack and hold out their hands, kind of hopping up and down excitedly.
All right. I was gonna give the box with feet on it, but that's regifting, and that came from Gaharis. That's just rude. So Gria's gonna dig into his pack, get out a seed pod, kind of just cup it between his big old bugbear hands, and cast Druidcraft, or is that what it's called? Yeah, Druidcraft, and just create just a small little flower, just bloom it from the seed pod, and just hand it over. Here you go. It's something nice and colorful in a place where you ain't got none of those things.
Thank you, mister. And you watch as they kind of cup it in their hands and look it over. This very delicate movement. You can see more flowers begin to blossom from it as it's in contact with it. Um, Even without you casting Druidcraft upon it. And they kind of watch with wide eyes as flowers and offshoots of those flowers begin to sprout rapidly from the little pod.
All right, we're just gonna keep our watch then. If you want to chat about anything light, that's fine. But I'm gonna keep an eye and an ear out, okay? And you just leave her be for right now. We ain't just sure yet.
Okay.
Right.
And he very, very delicately slides the flowering pod into his pack and kind of gently jostles it so that it falls into a secure place and puts the Ludvico goggles back on to keep himself awake and hugs his little backpack again and just kind of watches you excitedly, their head kind of bouncing up and down as they observe you. The remainder of your watch passes without incident. The forest is maddeningly quiet. And for you, with the two of you on this watch in particular, it really stands out because you both have the element of the complete isolation from anything except each other, and that sense of just, with both of you being nature intuitive, there's not even animals here, and the silence and complete lifelessness besides the trees is maddening. But the watch passes. The small child summons no further puppets, simply amusing themselves carving a small block of wood to keep their hands busy. And your watch concludes, and you may wake Ivron for the final one.
Real quick, just out of curiosity, if he were to cast Druidcraft just to see what the weather was like, would it even do anything?
Uh, for today's weather report with Druidcraft. Well,
Nightmares.
well, Griaz, this is your internal weatherman. I'm Weather Griaz. Well, as long as you're in this particular area of the forest, the weather's going to be foggy pretty much 24/7. It's kind of this place's whole gimmick. But who knows what the weather's going to be once you get out of here.
That's fair weather, Griaz. Thank you.
Of course, anytime, Griaz. See you next morning.
All right, I'm going to wake Ebron. Hey, buddy. Sorry, Captain. Sorry, I haven't been sleeping half as near as I should have. Yeah, it's your turn. Tongue seem pretty quiet.
Very good.
Yeah, fey creature, don't give your name to it, all that kind of stuff. Israel's still not sleeping, so that's great. Yeah, best of luck.
Thank you, and I hope you get some rest. He'll just stride over to find a place to sit down and keep an eye on both Israel and our friend here.
Right.
Do we lose the benefits of your speech after a rest?
Yes,
Yeah.
so I would have to make another speech.
Yeah, you can just make another speech in the mornings as everyone's ready to leave camp. So, all right, same as always. You can one of you
But
can
I
roll.
get more temporary HP if he speaks.
It does not stack.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
I'll be a.
True. Yeah. Since you're not really doing anything but observing, I'll count it as a short rest. But you're gonna need to actually sleep for a proper long rest. But yeah. So for now, you can go ahead and note down that you've had a short rest. So do one of you, Ivron and Israel, do one of you want to roll with advantage or both roll separately?
I'll be waking up during the watch too.
That's true. So. I'll say.
Yeah, whatever you want to do, Ivron.
Yeah, I'll say since Ivron and Utaka usually like do their little morning routine together. Israel, you roll, and Ivron or Utaka can roll with advantage, whichever of you prefer.
20.
Okay.
I got 21, and with
Okay.
advantage, I got 21. So
Okay.
I don't know if Utaka's rolling.
All right. Well, yeah, you have advantage, so you're fine. All right. The three of you stay, and while there's no dawn to wake up and stay up to, you do let the watch pass. And Ivron, it's very unsettling. This is the first time in a long time you've woken up and not seen the sunrise or any change in the environment. It's basically the exact same going down as it was coming up. After a moment, about, again, much as the previous two watches, about a half hour into the watch, the silence is broken by Moscow. Excuse me. And they kind of wave to you, Israel.
It does take a little bit, and she sort of shakes herself and looks.
I know you said that you do not want the things I want to give you, but you're going to be very tired uh, without sleeping. If you want, until you decide it's okay to sleep, you can wear this, and taps their goggles.
No. And she'd get up and actually start putting away her stuff.
What does it do, kid?
It makes it so that you do not need to sleep. I made it myself.
Huh.
I usually wear it whenever I'm working on something and don't want to sleep and interrupt myself. And he taps the goggles again.
I look at them curiously.
You would not feel anything if you wore it right now because you got plenty of sleep. But I was awake all night and I feel perfectly fine.
So, like, if someone took it off your head now, you'd be like, I'm so tired.
Probably.
You like those things a lot, huh?
Mm-hmm. I make a lot of things when I'm by myself.
You wanna trade, kid?
What do you have?
Huh. I pull open my pack, and while it is not nearly so extravagant as his pack,
Mm.
I like rifle around in it and think, I pull out my fluorescent neon colored Narf gun.
Oh.
Put that to the side.
While this is occurring, Israel drifts over and just, bends down to pat you, talk on the shoulder and whisper, "Do you ever want to sleep again?"
Are you threatening me?
No. I'm just stating what very well might happen. I don't think you want to be me. And she just pats you and would leave.
Oh.
Warning delivered. Don't trade with the thing.
I tilt my head and think and shrug. And I will keep rifling through my back.
Yeah, and as you're rifling, they're kind of swaying side to side excitedly. What of my things do you want? I do not just have this one. I have a lot of things.
Here, one sec. I keep pulling out some stuff. I will set down the Nerf gun and a flask of shiny water.
Oh.
Ooh, yeah. And kind of tilt my head. I will also set down my Moon Touch Drapier, short sword, Moon Touch short sword, and kind of show that it shines light.
They kind of close their eyes.
I look proud of my little array here.
They kind of put their long bony fingers to their face, and you can see them smiling widely as they look over the shiny items. And after a bit of thought, they start rifling. They said that I should not ask you what your name is, but what do you like?
I don't know. I like a lot of things.
I see that you have a lot of bugs. Do you like bugs?
Yeah, bugs are fine.
They immediately start rifling faster, and finally, after a bit, smile and pull free a very horrifyingly well-made mask of a spider's face, which they set on the ground in front of them and kind of delicately pat it down and continue to rifle.
That kind of reminds me of someone I know.
Oh, yes?
Yeah. She ain't in here with us though.
They give a smile. It's good that you have so many friends. And they pull a second mask free. This one, it doesn't actually initially appear to be a mask at all. It appears to simply be an unremarkable headband, but they set it to the side of the spider mask as if it was just as valuable.
Oh, I like seeing that. I shift and I pull out one of the rat ear headbands, and I will put that on the ground too.
What does it do?
Uh, I don't know.
Have you tried it on?
I think no. I think it's more like a sign, you know?
No, it's a mask.
Yeah. Uh, so like sometimes things happen, but like it's more like this thing happens, but it really means this other thing's happening. Does that make sense?
Oh.
It's like a metaphor.
They give a nod, seeming to actually make relative sense of what you're saying, and give a nod. Okay.
See, one of the gods that I pray to, because I don't pray to trees, but one of the gods I pray to, and I like turn my cloak and I point at it, they really like rats. So like I saw this and I was like, maybe they're saying something, you know?
Oh. That's so cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And they, you notice their gaze kind of lingers on the trident. Do you like water?
Can you breathe in water?
They give a smile and dig around in the bag again and pull free a, again, very well made ceramic this time mask of a mermaid with flowing fin like hair and visible scales and fins and webbing on the face. I can if I wear this.
I don't need that to do it.
Oh, you're so lucky.
I kind of like tilt my throat and kind of gesture at some odd looking frills there.
And they kind of carefully set the mermaid mask next to the three they've already put down, and they kind of look over all of them and kind of think to themselves, I do not know a lot of things, but I know what masks people would really want. There's something I'm missing. And they kind of close their eyes and think, and they kind of look you up and down. Do you like money?
It's useful.
I knew it. I knew it. See, I knew it. And immediately dig around further and finally pull one last mask free. This one, a ugly, hideous mask of a sort of like Ebenezer Scrooge-esque human face that they plop on the line. And they kind of settle into place and look over the items you've deposited and the items they've deposited. Which ones do you want?
I glanced to the goggles that I don't think they set down, did they?
They didn't set them down, but they are still adorned on their face.
Okay, I glanced between those ones and the spider mask. I think they can tell where my interest lies, probably.
They give a wide smile and say, do you want my tarantula mask?
What's it do?
It turns you into a spider for a little bit.
Oh. Huh. What's like a little bit? What does that mean? I feel like it needs some like real context here.
You can stay that way for a few minutes and then change back and you'll be fine, but if you wear it for too long, you become a spider forever. It's one of my favorites.
Huh. Yeah, I want that one.
They give a smile and lick their lips. But I worked very hard on this one. It was very expensive. And they look over your headband, the sword, the gun, and what was there was a second thing you deposited
It's
after
a
the.
flask of
Yes.
shiny water.
They kind of tap tap their needle-like teeth with their
I
claw and
point
thought,
at the flask. I made that.
"Oh, did you? What does it do?"
Uh, one time I like took one and I slammed it in the head of this like zombie, and it like went. Rah!
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
nasty zombie water.
Yeah.
I worked very hard on this mask, but I will give it to you if you give me all of those things. I'm giving you a discount because it's kind of cursed.
I ain't worried about that.
I'm so excited.
I look over the items and I try to figure out if I'm like emotionally attached to any of them in particular. I look sadly at the Nerf gun, which I haven't spent much time with, but didn't seem that useful when I did. What if... Okay, I rifle through my bag again, and I will pull out, what is it? It is a paper talisman from a Jiangxi. This is from that zombie I killed. Do you want it, like, with this? It's, like, part of a set. And then I'll keep that.
Oh, you want to keep that? And like points to the toy gun.
Yeah.
I do like the nasty zombie water.
It's pretty cool.
Do you have any money?
No.
Make a deception check.
I don't think I...
Oh, do you actually not have any?
I'm pretty sure I spent, like, almost literally every single gold I had before this excursion.
Okay. They kind of...
well, I'm like... I pull out... I think I had... Oh, God. 8 silver. I will put down 8 silver. I need to...
Okay. You can keep the money and the zombie paper. I will take the little gun, but we are going to be traveling together for a little bit. You can try my mask for a little bit, and if you decide that you don't like it, then we can trade back. And if we get to the end and you decide that you want that more than you want that, and points to the gun, then we'll keep the trade that this is. Sound fair?
Yeah. Sounds fine to me.
And they kind of collect all of the things you put forward and immediately put the rat headband on and kind of put their straw hat to the side and hand you the Tarantula Mask.
I sniff it. Does it smell real?
It smells horrifyingly real.
Smells like a familiar temple. Then too.
I worked very hard on it. That's real tarantula hair.
Huh. Yeah, I can see that.
I don't think the eyes are real, though. I don't remember.
I poke one of the eyes.
It has an unsettling amount of give to it.
Oh. I think it's real.
You're going to need to take some time to get used to it and make sure it fits your face properly before it works. But then you're free to use it as much as you want. It's okay.
Alright.
If you decide you don't want it, you can give it back without any problems. Unless you're turned into a spider forever, then you can keep it.
Sounds good.
But you'd be too small to use the gun anyway, so I think it works out.
Okay. Works for me.
All right. You have traded the some holy water, the moon-touched short sword, the toy gun, and I
The
always forget.
rat headband.
Yeah, and the rat head. I always forget one of them. For the Tarantula Mask, I will. That's a homebrew item. I will send you the stats for it. Probably during the break because I have like a sheet for it on hand. Um, uh, and so.
I will back up and prepare my spells for the day. One of which will
Okay.
be remove curse.
Moscow immediately just keeps the headband on, their straw hat now in their backpack, and just starts like blasting the little rubber darts at trees and like cheering as they bounce off and whistle through the air. Um, uh, and that's pretty much what the bulk of you who weren't already on watch start waking up to is Utaka preparing their spells, and Israel, you watch in horror as Utaka kind of looks over their newly acquired, literally acknowledged to be cursed Tarantula Mask.
She just stares a minute or two, goes about putting stuff away because she's sort of at that. She's still in that sort of disassociative state, quite honestly, where she's like, I am trying just desperately to not be afraid and just let it happen. She's not even convinced any of this is real anymore.
Yeah, speaking
Yeah,
of
it's the
which,
exhaustion. It's what she's experienced, like not just now, but like over the entire vacation. Her grip on reality is really tenuous at best.
yes.
Vacation.
Okay, so everyone sans Israel take a long rest. Israel, you have a short rest, and I will say because you got a short rest, you don't yet have a point of exhaustion. But if you can, basically, if you take a shift during the next rest, you will take a point of exhaustion, even if you short rest. Sound fair? Okay, so short rest for you, long rest for everyone else. Ivron, do you want to use your inspiring speech?
Yeah, if Ron would wake everyone up, or if everyone wakes up, he would give them a speech on how we can get through this and that he believes in us. We just have to trust in each other, while also trying to have them ignore Moscow playing off in the distance. He would also cast aid once again on those less fortunate when it comes to HP.
Okay. So I'm assuming Melvin. So Melvin, and yeah, you can decide which ones you want to use it on.
Last time I picked Utaka and Israel, so I think I'll just go with them again.
Okay.
I think Riaz is pretty.
I don't think I lost any of my temporary HP, so I don't know if I can gain any more from the aid or whatever.
Well, aid increases your max HP as well, which is the difference. Because I believe aid treats the additional HP as increasing your HP maximum by 5 rather than temp HP. So if you get healed and you have aid on, you can actually regain those HP again, whereas temp HP is just gone when you burn.
Gotcha. So it's like that's what I'm trying to say is I think I already have that, and I don't know if that stacks.
It lasts 8 hours, so.
Oh, okay. So it just renews what's already there, so I don't have to change anything. So.
Okay.
Oh, nice. Guess how much HP I have with the speech?
How much?
69.
Nice.
Okay. Back in character.
Okay. So.
You all have such high HP. God damn, I'm sitting here at 39. I got a chump.
Is that 39 with the plus 11?
No, I'm just looking at base.
So. As you all awake and ready to continue on, the forest stretches on before you, but Joshua knows the way, and Moscow collecting all of their scattered darts, kind of skitters to the front. And Israel, you can see now that among the belongings they had retrieved from their puppets, who had seemingly just emptied out whatever their residence in this forest is, now is adorned with a sickeningly familiar to you, but too big for its small body, cape of autumn leaves that drapes over the backpack, forming an almost like improvised ghillie suit kind of feel to it. As they kind of toddle next to Joshua. Um, and between the two of them, you guys can navigate through the forest easily.
Did any of my directions switch in the middle of the night?
Taking a look over them at a glance, thankfully the directions seem to be completely unchanged, but someone was monitoring Moscow the entire night, so it's hard to imagine he would have snuck over there and done that.
That is wonderful, and I will take point and lead the group
Okay.
after breakfast.
I want to offer a hand to Moscow to hold as we walk.
And they hold your hand and toddle, kind of falling a bit back behind Joshua towards the front. And after a minute, they kind of look up. Are we going to need to fight things?
That may be something that we have to do.
You
Why
good
don't
at
we-
fighting?
So real quick, Utaka, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, while we're walking and they're talking, I'll attune to the mask.
Yeah, sure, I'll allow that. Okay. So you begin to attune to the Tarantula Mask, which again will be coming up on the break soon, and I'll tell you what it does during the break.
I will remove curse before I attune to it.
Or remove
Not
curse
after.
on the mask.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
Noted. Okay. So, and Griaz, what were you going to say to Moscow?
I was asking Moscow if they're any good at fighting.
Oh yes, my old friends and I used to travel and fight stuff all the time. Although I'm not very good at it if I don't have my masks. Can I ride on your back and take a nap before we get out of the forest? Once I take this off, I'm going to be very tired.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yay, thank you! And immediately start like scuttling up your arm. Junior kind of like growling a bit at them as they kind of like just slouch over your back, over like your back and shoulders like a cat, and take the Ludvico goggles off, and immediately you can see their eyes kind of droop and like shadows form as they kind of like just like slump their head, now completely smooth like an egg, over your shoulder, and just immediately pass out. You can feel them drooling very slightly.
And then, yeah, Griaz is just keeping as much distance as possible from Israel.
Okay. You all travel through the forest, and indeed, as was previously suggested, it takes you, without Moscow's added directions, you make it to what appears to be the edge of the forest after about an hour and a half. Although it's less that the forest tapers off and more the ever-present veil of mist starts to solidify and form almost a visible barrier. But whoever's at the lead, if you kind of cautiously brush against it, it appears to be capable of walking through it, but you can't see what's on the other side. But so you've all arrived after about an hour and a half at just a wall of mist that cuts the forest off and presumably leads to what's next that Nightmare has in store for you.
Well, this seems to be it. Is everyone ready?
And Moscow kind of wakes up and looks around.
I believe we should probably be ready for a fight. Joshua, do you know what is next?
Like I said, it's constantly shifting. It's hard to say. I'll recognize it when I see it, but I told you I can't predict what comes next. It's It's like that cube Melvin's been playing with. It's constantly shifting locations.
Then let me
Whatever it's.
ask you this. Should we have our weapons out when we go in?
I'd recommend it.
Israel doesn't really wait. She just strings her bow and just stands there.
Yeah, I'll draw my longsword and my shield.
Joshua pulls his own bow free and knocks an arrow. And Moscow kind of looks around in confusion before sliding and falling with a thump onto the forest floor and kind of shaking their head a bit, waking up from their nap. Rifle through their different masks before finally pulling what appear to be a set of almost steampunk-like goggles that they strap onto their face and kind of crank a small valve to the side, and then and pull what appears to be a well-crafted metallic boomerang from their pack, and give a wide needle-tooth smile, seeming just excited to be included. And with that, do you all head through the Vale?
Yup.
Okay.
Leroy.
As you all start walking through the Vale, you find yourselves lost in just this impenetrable mist. No trees, just the grass and dirt of the forest floor, and nothing but the whitish blue of the fog. Nothing but your footsteps breaks the silence. Until you start to hear music. This peppy, cheerful music, not unlike what you had heard in the town full of the mannequins representing the fear of the uncanny valley. It's this cheerful, almost celebratory music. Not unlike what some of you guys have heard being performed by bards during street performances. And as the mist begins to clear, you all find yourself outside of the forest, although there is still the dirt and grass. Griaz and Gaharis, the two of you actually kind of recognize where you are. At least it looks similar. The inside of a circus tent, almost identical to the one set up by the dark elf dancers that had worked for the bard you have slain. The sand pit in the center, surrounded by posts and logs. Although rather than the massive crowd stands, there's just simple benches surrounding it. It's small and humble, but a recognizable circus. And this cacophony of music fills the air as the only figure you see in this circus tent with you, standing in the center of the sandpit, is this humanoid figure, fairly tall. You estimate about 7 or 8 feet, with a top hat, a bright red ringmaster suit, and strapped with whips and chains and blades. And as you turn, the mist cloud has vanished, replaced with the open flap of a circus tent. As you all find yourself in a circus, and Joshua gives a deep sigh, seeming a little on edge, but not outright scared yet. This one took my father a while to get the hang of. It's not something we really have where we come from. Colorophobia, the fear of clowns.
Is anyone afraid of clowns? Raise your hand, because
What's a fucking clown?
most of the people we fight.
Oh.
Exactly the point. We don't have entertainers like this where we come from. This is... it's like the place we were in before, something that hasn't happened yet or has already happened. Either way, the goal hasn't changed. And you see the ringmaster give a deep, still not looking at you, but give a deep bow, and you can hear there's no audience. There's no one else in this tent aside from you guys and this ringmaster here clapping and cheering. And it's similar to the screaming you had heard in the pizzeria. It's deafening and insanely loud. And Moscow kind of covers their smooth little head. And even Joshua kind of winces slightly at the loud noise as the ringmaster rises from their bow and finally turns. And you can see their face is stretched into this unnaturally massive smile. Their
They don't
face...
even get there, Matt. They don't even turn around. I've already dropped a darkness on them, a sphere of darkness.
Okay.
Harris is smart enough to not let these. After the what was it, Charlie's?
Yeah, Charles T.
Yeah,
Cheddar's.
After Charles T. Cheddar's, I'm not gonna let any mannequin or other thing look at me or even get the chance. And how big is this room? Like, is there a clear, like, door to the far side?
On the opposite side of the sand pit, it looks to be I have it right in front of me here. About a 50-foot sprint through the sand pit. There is another tent flap on the other side. And I will finish describing what they look like before you cast your darkness. Their face stretched in this unnaturally massive smile, their teeth crooked and yellowed, their faces painted like heavily made up, and they're wearing a very colorful but raggedy and greasy wig underneath the top hat, and their smile does not falter in the slightest. As Gaharis, you immediately cast your spell. And what is the radius of darkness?
So the radius of darkness is 15 feet.
So it'd be a 30-foot diameter. Are you centering it on the
yeah,
ringmaster?
I'm centering it on them. Even with dark vision, they cannot see through it.
Okay.
Non-magical light can't illuminate it, and I can hold this up to 10 minutes. It is a racial feature of being a Stygian tiefling, so it cannot be counterspelled.
Okay.
Israel can still see through it, though.
Yeah. And I will say, with a 15-foot radius, the darkness may hit you from where you're standing. Do you want to angle it in such a way? You can.
Yeah,
okay.
I would angle it in whatever way I could that we have a clear visible route to get beyond to the door as fast as possible. And as I do it, I think that I kind of just lower my sword as they're turning around, and just like a swirl of shadows just kind of circle like a spiraling orb and just shoot out and just kind of erupt into this silent darkness. And I will turn and start moving. I'll say, we should probably get to the door as fast as possible.
Israel will Misty step beyond the clown and then take her movement to the door, which I think that doubles her movement, because she can go 30 feet with a Misty step, and then she has 30 feet of movement. And so she's going to hold the other tent flap open for everybody else.
Okay, wow. Teamwork. All right.
And I'll move 30 feet.
Okay, so I do have a map set up for this. So I've drawn the radius of the darkness, basically to take into account your specifications, Gaharis, covering the ringmaster while not while still allowing you a relatively quick route. You just have to, here I can, or here, let me, I think I put it in the wrong layer. 1 second. Come here, you get to the layer where they can actually see you. So that little box is your darkness. Ringmaster's there in the center. You have to get. You need to remember how to do that little ping thing.
Hold down
here
your mouse, I think.
is the tent flap. That's the exit. Garrus, you cast darkness. It definitely takes our spooky clown by surprise. What would you all like to do? Garrus has created an opening that may allow you all to do something.
I will glance to Joshua and say, "Don't you fucking take my ring in there."
He gives you gives you the okay hand. Seems like we got a different plan, and gestures to Israel and Gaharis already breaking out into a run around the darkness.
And I will, I guess, sprint over on Barry.
All right. You should. What is Barry's movement?
40. So
Okay.
80.
All right. Yeah. So okay, you're dashing. I will grab you, and there we go. Yep. I'll put you over here just so we don't stack the tokens up. And Israel, with the dash action, you can reach it. Yes.
I shouldn't need that since I took 30 feet of movement with a bonus action using Misty Step,
Right. Yes.
and
So
then just took
okay.
my regular movement. So I still have an action if I need to, which
Okay.
I will hold in reserve. So if anyone tries to stop my companions, I will fire an Eldritch Blast.
Okay. Uh. All right. So are all of you just gonna break out in a sprint to try and get to the tent flap? Ivron, Grias?
Yeah, Ivron's taking up the rear, so he's gonna make sure everyone else goes before him,
Okay.
including Moscow.
Okay.
I hope he's not just standing
Yeah,
there.
Griaz is, I think, still carrying Moscow, so he'll.
Okay. I'll put Moscow with you. Oh, moved the whole map. Didn't mean to do that. Oopsie. Oopsie poopsie.
No, that was me. I was making it 60 feet all the way because it was a 60-foot room.
Okay.
I was just trying to make it easier on you. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It just startled me. Still getting used to roll 20. All right, so you guys start making a run. Moscow's with Griaz, and yes, seeing as the rest of the party is breaking out to run, Moscow just kind of stays clawed to your back, Griaz, and watches the cloud of darkness as you can hear as all of you start running past it. And Israel, as you go to open the tent flap, you hear and a small little it almost looks akin to a cart, but it's this small, almost like up to your hip little buggy, kind of like it runs into you pretty fast, but it's so small that it doesn't really hurt you, but it does like crash into your knees, and like your shins and knees are kind of sore as this buggy kind of slides into you, blocking the way forward as the door is thrown open, and 1 clown, 2 clown, 3 clown, 4 clown, 5 clowns start pouring out from this tiny little car that shouldn't even be able to hold one of them. I would like everyone to please roll for initiative.
My favorite. Would this be a good time to take a break?
Yes. Thank you for reminding me. I was gonna have whether you guys got through this room or not. Yes. So as Israel, you're starting to drown in a tide of clowns, and you can hear this demonic, raucous laughter from the darkness Harris cast, and all of you are basically in this corner of the tent as clowns start to pile up in a tide. We're gonna take a break.
See you guys on the other side.
See you all in a few.
Oh yeah, it's clown time.
We're not clowning around this episode. Hello, everybody. We're back.
We're back. A dinosaur story.
Oh, I lied, everybody. I'm sorry. I forgot to turn our
We're
music
not back.
off.
Dinosaurs are extinct again.
I mean, they can still hear us, but I had to switch things. Whoops. My one greatest fear, I didn't turn off the music on the other layout.
You ever think about how
Whoops.
we're back as like a reverse Jurassic Park? It's like, hey, maybe dinosaurs shouldn't be used for human entertainment. They
Yeah.
should also
Yeah.
be given cereal that makes them smart for some reason.
But
Yeah.
Weird
If they're
movie.
smart, then they can consent.
Yeah.
Because consent is key.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
just performers at that point.
But also, do you ever
Exactly.
think
Paid
about, like,
performers.
do you ever think about how well adjusted those kids are, considering they watched the guy in the middle of the circus get eaten alive by
crows.
crows?
Oh,
I mean, they're
yeah.
not
That
well
scene
adjusted at all.
haunts
Because
me.
yeah, well, I mean, one of them is like some sort of like street rat kid, and the other one's like she's this rich girl who's like, my parents are never around, so I'm gonna hang out with dinosaurs. And,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a weird movie.
It's a real weird movie.
Well, welcome to our We're Back, a Dinosaur Story review podcast.
I'd be
All
down.
Don't tempt me.
Oliver and Company.
God.
Disney classic
under-
or
I think it's underrated.
Why should I worry?
Why should I care? It's just a man.
Guys,
It's
we're
just a
gonna get
big
DMCA.
population. Yeah, I
Yeah,
fucking
we're gonna
love
get
Oliver
DMCA
and
because
Company.
we're too
Oh.
perfect.
Exactly.
it's okay.
Come at me, Disney.
Cuts. So,
Live remake of Oliver and Company. Do it.
I'd watch it honestly. So,
Oh hell yeah.
as you all make your mad dash across the circus fairground, the haunting circus din and audience clapping still deafening around you. The ringmaster lets out their demonic And Israel, your legs are struck by this little clown car that opens up for a tide of clowns to surge forth. As the first one rushes forth, you may make your held Eldritch Blast reaction attack.
Hooray!
Will you have disadvantage on this because it's a ranged spell attack, or do you have a feat that fixes that?
I don't know.
If you don't have like Warcast or anything, then you will have disadvantage on this because they're coming up like right in front of you, but you can still make the attack.
Oh, cool. That's fine.
So yeah,
I've got 2 attacks, so we'll see how this goes.
yeah. So Eldritch Blast at disadvantage.
All right, first one is 01. So it's a 9.
Okay, that misses.
A 17 for the second one.
That one does hit. Roll for damage.
Alrighty. And that's 7 damage.
Okay, 7 damage to a clown. Okay, let me note that down. Noted. Okay. So, with initiative rolled, you're all presented with just this surge of clowns from this tiny car that starts to just like swarm up against all of you. Some of them even like going into the darkness only to charge you out of it, and you can still hear the ringmaster's dinning laughter and the audience cheering and the haunting circus music as you all ready your prepared weapons to swing against the horde of clown. As Israel, you let loose 2 arcane bolts, and you're unable to hit like the dancing surge of wildly moving clowns, but you do manage to strike the one towards the front, one of the first ones to come out of the car, and it reels back, and you see confetti and streamers shoot from the wound as it readies to charge you. Utaka, you're up. Here, I'll move your token since you are astride Barry.
I would like to put on my Tarantula Mask.
Okay. You slide the
As a-
tarantula.
Object interaction.
Yeah, let me double check because since it's a magic item, it may be an action to don it. I have it noted. But it's a bonus action to take it on or off.
Okay.
So bonus action to don or doff it. So do you want to use your bonus action to put the tarantula mask on? Okay.
Yep.
You slide the tarantula mask over your face, and you all see Utaka wearing this just, again, horrifyingly realistic and familiar for some of you visage of a tarantula face over the Genasi body. As Utaka, you're immediately flooded with new senses and sensations that you're not familiar with. What would you like to do?
Can I sense spiders? Are there spiders here?
Within the radius you can sense, not that you can tell.
Oh, tragic.
Yeah, this is the fear of clowns, not arachnophobia yet.
With great disappointment, I reach up into my hair, and instead of I guess I'll take my scorpion.
If I must.
If I must, I will take my scorpion and turn and toss it towards the magical darkness and choose Skarner. And I will cast...
Go, Scorpy!
I will cast Giant Insect on Garnet as they fly 50
Okay.
feet through the air and
All right,
land as a giant version of themselves.
Okay. Graham, did you have a scorpion token before? Yes, here, I got it. You got it, never mind. Shit, sorry. Okay, you go.
No.
Roll 20, not made for simultaneous actions.
I know, it really isn't.
Here, there we go. Okay. All right,
And
there we go.
then they should have blind sight.
Yes, scorpions have blind sight, so they
Okay.
can see in the darkness without issue, at least
Okay.
within their radius.
I would like Garnet to... The reason I'm throwing them there is ostensibly to try and have them grapple the ringmaster inside the darkness.
Okay. So as I'll say that you could have just thrown them there, so they won't.
Yeah, basically.
Clowns won't reaction attack them. All right. Let's have a grapple contest.
Hey, well, they can just attack because that's what happens when
Right, yeah.
Scorpion attacks.
Well, I'll go ahead and roll to see if they
Mhm.
resist the grapple.
No, it's on hit.
Okay, well, yeah, so, okay. So, yeah, go ahead then.
Okay. That is a 16 to hit.
That is a hit. Roll for damage, and it is now grappled.
Okay. So this is the first attack. That's 10 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And they're grappled. Escape DC is 12.
All right, noted.
Second attack, that I'm sure misses with an 11.
Yeah, it's a miss.
Okay.
All right, so, and how much damage on the first hit again?
10.
Okay,
10
thank you.
bludgeoning.
Thank you.
And last multi-attack also misses.
Okay. All right, so using the scorpion's sense of the world around them, not regular traditional sight, able to feel their way through the darkness, manages to get a grip on the ringmaster and like start crushing them in its claws, but their stings and claws do no more than cause like more confetti and streamers to pop out of the wounds they're creating, as you all can hear the ringmaster's echoing laughter from the darkness as Garnet just starts trying to dig into them. Is that the end of your turn, Utaka?
No, so I am in range for Barry, the giant ant that I'm astride, to hit something as well, correct?
Okay. Bear in mind, though, Barry won't be able to, like, because you all were kind of like in a group that is now kind of cornered. Barry won't be able to get to any enemies because they're blocked on all sides, basically.
Does he have a farther reach as a large beast?
Let me double check, actually. It mentioned it on his sheet if he does. I don't recall, but I'll double check. I have his sheet saved as well. Barry, there you are.
Alert everyone, we've been given a crit by the chat.
Oh, shit.
Hey!
And so that's reach 5, so then no.
Yes, yeah, Barry cannot reach anyone, unfortunately.
Okay.
Also, thank you for the crit, chat.
Hey.
Well,
Thank you,
okay, wait,
Kayla.
so...
Thanks, Kayla.
Can I, with my movement, jump off of Barry and allow Barry to try and climb along the tent wall?
Barry can climb the tent wall. However, I will note that because it's kind of like a material with a lot of give to it for their size, it will count as difficult terrain for them to climb.
That's fine. Okay, so then I will climb off of Barry. Barry will climb the tent wall, and then it should be in range to strike down.
Yeah, so it's a bit of an odd angle, but but yeah, we'll note that Barry is above the clowns. And at Barry's position, they would get flanking on the one attacking Israel if you want to go for that one.
Sure.
All right.
So I rolled 2 attacks. That is a plus. Okay, so that's a 17 and an 18.
Both of those hit.
Okay.
Clown number 2.
That is 7 bludgeoning damage, and it is grappled. Escape 12.
Okay.
And this is gonna be a big number. 4 piercing plus. Oh my god, 4d10.
Big ant.
Where's my other? Oh no, I'm missing a die. That's not good. Okay, so 7, 10 plus. Okay, no, so that's 20 poison damage.
Okay, noted.
Unless they pass a DC 12 Constitution.
Oh.
Sorry. So it's 10
Which
or
they
10.
pass.
Okay, so 10.
All right.
Okay, now I'm done. Sorry,
right.
with my menagerie.
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, you're a creature collector. I get it. Okay. Is that? Okay, noted. Sorry, just double checking a couple things. All right. So I will say that Utaka, as you're kind of getting feedback from Garnet in the darkness and watching Barry, like basically Israel, you watch as Barry like kind of grabs the clown to your left and starts like gnawing on them, while streamers and confetti continue to flow free from them. They seem almost completely unfazed. They're clearly getting hurt, but it doesn't appear to be phasing them like you would expect it to. But yeah, the clowns are all still kicking. Is that the end of your turn, Utaka? Yeah, okay. So Ivron, you're up. Get Harris on deck.
Uh, so can everyone see, based off of this formation, any clowns, or are they all in the darkness?
They all the clowns that are nearest to you are in the darkness. However, I will say that as one is like right next to Melvin on the edge of the darkness, you can see Melvin having to kind of dodge. Like, what you can now see the clowns are coming at you guys with cleavers and knives, kind of jabbing out of the darkness. So there is a clown in the darkness that you could attack, but you'd have disadvantage as you cannot see it.
Okay. Um. Yeah, I think that's what Iran will do. Is just stab or swing at this weird clown in the darkness.
All right, attack roll at disadvantage.
Disadvantage 16.
That's a hit. Roll for damage. Look at you, Ron.
Cool beans. Right. First one is 14 damage, and second attack 14.
Okay. Noted. Got it. You position yourself and you wait, and as you see the cleaver swing out towards Melvin again, you slice at the colorfully clothed arm you can see, and confetti and streamers blast into your face as you can hear from the darkness. You did land a hit, and while, again, similar to the others, you're noticing your attacks aren't having the effect you expect them to. It's definitely hurting. Is that it for you, Ron, or you have anything else you want to do?
I think Iran's just going to try to step back with his movement, to give people some room to move.
All right. You can move your token anywhere within your movement speed, and because the clown can't see you, it will not get a reaction attack on you. So move yourself wherever you like, as long as it's within your movement range. None of this that is difficult terrain for you. Okay.
Yeah, I'll just move back 15 feet, and that is his turn.
All right, so you kind of start orbiting the cloud of darkness to give your party members some room. I will say your creature follows not far behind you, trying to stay near you and kind of observing what's happening. Garrus, you're up, and after that, it will be the monsters and some of the NPCs' turns. But Israel, you will go after them.
Wonderful. I would like to take 2 longsword swipes at the clown right here. So I'll
All right,
move
and you
5
can see
feet.
that one. You can see that one clearly. So,
so that is a, what do I get? A +8 to hit. So that is a 24 and a 15.
both of those hit. Roll for damage.
All right, first.
And was this with your enervating longsword?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Just making sure.
No worries. First attack is 6 slashing damage. Second attack is 9 slashing damage. I am adding a smite on the first one.
Okay, wow. I feel like you guys don't like clowns.
For 12 radiant.
All right,
and then the first attack, they have to make a Constitution saving throw.
DC?
14, I believe.
Just barely fails.
All right, that's 8, 14, 16, 20 necrotic damage.
Okay. And I don't think you've taken any damage for Enervate to heal you with, but yeah, so it will still take some damage off of it. So as Israel in the darkness is kind of trying to blindly defend against this clown, and Barry picks it up and starts chewing on it, Garrus, you step in front of Utaka and slice at the clown being held up by the massive ant that you would fire that ray of frost at all those months ago. And as confetti and streamers pour where guts and entrails would be originally, it finally and melts into streamers in Barry's grip.
Good news, they are made out of streamers! And then with my remaining movement speed, I can just delete it if you want me to.
Yeah, no, I was just moving it so I could see the.
Oh,
Shit.
then I'm gonna move forward to close the distance with the next one that I can see.
Yep. All right. Easy enough to do. I didn't realize that was the one. That was the load-bearing clown that kept it on the initiative board. But I will just note that it goes after you. Is that the end of your turn?
That's it for me.
All right, Israel, you're going to go after some monster and NPC movement.
Yeah.
So just have what you want to do ready. All right, the clown that is that sees you approaching, Gaharis, kind of turns to you, and you can see it's this like cheerful-looking woman with like colorful makeup and like two big overalls. And just like, what's the matter, Gaharis? Are you feeling blue? Please make me a charisma saving throw.
Sure. I have a. Am I within? How many feet do I have to be within Iveron? 5, right? Or 10?
Well, he's really far off from you.
Yeah.
He moved, so.
Okay, so
What
I have a
specifically?
plus 11, and then I have a plus 4 because I'm a paladin.
All right.
That is a nat 1 for a 16. Charisma saving throw?
Now that is an interesting situation you put me in there.
But I will use my crit from chat and just make that a 35.
Well, no, I'll say you don't have to. I was looking at stats and just like a nat 1 on a saving throw doesn't really do anything, and its modifiers simply aren't high enough to crack your defenses there. You can feel like this kind of tingle in your gut, like you want to start laughing, but you manage to resist the urge. But yes, these clowns all have the ability to cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter, which. The male clown behind the one going after Gaharis is going to look at Utaka. And what are you waiting for? Please make me a charisma saving throw.
Utaka gets a plus 4 to their charisma saving throw because I'm within 10 feet with the aura protection.
In addition to what they already have?
Mhm.
Okay.
It's flat. It's not a d4.
Nope, it's just a flat plus 4.
Okay, so that is 16 then. 9
right.
plus 3 plus 4.
All right. Similar, you get that tingle in your gut, but you manage to hold it together. Sadly,
Fuck you!
Sadly, none of the other clowns can see any targets, so they will refrain from hideous laughter for now. Or will they? This one's going to move out of the darkness that way. That one can't get past Garnet. So it's going to move there, though, because it can't see Garnet. Same with this one. And it's going to be it for their movement. So one final clown can see targets. This one... I gotta think of some good Gaharis jokes. Yeah. Now, for now,
They could probably just start laughing, and Gay Harris might just laugh. Honestly.
Is that your tail wrapped around your waist, or are you just happy to see me?
Now I'll say that the one in the back for now pulls Cleaver and Butcher Knife free and throws them both over their companion's head, kind of like with the circus knife thrower movements at you, Gaharis AC.
18.
All right, jeez. So this flurry of cleaver, butcher knife, starts flying at you. But you manage to block, parry, block, and you're just building up this array of murder clown implements at your feet. As no joke, I rolled. I'm not even kidding you. 9, 5, 9, 5, and their modifiers aren't terrible, but not fantastic either.
I am keeping these. Ha!
9 to 5. What a way to get powder. Come at me, Twitch.
Don't. Utaka, what is Garnet's AC?
That is a 15.
Okay. one of the clowns going after you, or rather going after Garnet, swings with a cleaver, but misses, but manages to make a stab into Garnet's tail for 4 piercing damage. The second one, definitely not.
Rolling at disadvantage because they're in the dark.
Yeah, because they can attack.
Yeah.
quite a few times, but a lot of them are missing. And the second one, same deal. Swings a dagger, misses, but manages to catch Garnet's tail with a cleaver for an additional 4 piercing. Um, uh, Oh, actually, wait. That one would have its disadvantage canceled out because it's flanking the ringmaster. So Garnet takes an additional 5 piercing because one of those attacks actually would have hit with the disadvantage canceled out. So Garnet is taking a bit of a beating from some of the clowns. 2 of the clowns, still in the darkness with you, Israel, are going to take swings at you, but again, they aren't flanking, so they'll have a disadvantage on this. I don't even know your AC to know that doesn't hit. And yeah, no. So first clown misses its attacks. I don't even need to check. Yeah. So you can. You're so on edge and panicked from Moscow being part of the group and everything going on that you're tense and on edge. And as you can hear blades coming for you, you dodge, swing under, dodge as the clowns are just waving cleavers and knives in just your general vicinity trying to find you. And the final clown that has not moved. Does anyone know Melvin's AC off the top of their head or have it in front of them?
12. I think.
That is a hit, but the disadvantage from them being in the darkness helped because that was enough to hit and a nat 20. The clown that Ivron you saw taking stabs at in Melvin's direction from the darkness hits him for 4 piercing.
So Melvin does have shield prepared.
I'll give you say. Do you want him to use it?
What was the attack roll? Sorry.
Well, if he uses shield, it wouldn't have hit.
Okay, yeah, he would use. I think Melvin would use shield.
Okay, so
I think that's a fairly safe bet. That.
All right, so Melvin puts up this arcane shield that stops the knife seconds before it makes contact. Almost like catching the knife in the shield rather than blocking it, but the clown is forced to pull its weapon free. That is it for the clown's turn. Now it's time for the clown's turn, as in to say, Joshua.
It's my turn.
No, because I'm having him go on the clown's turn, then you go,
gotcha.
and then
Okay.
Moscow's going to go on the ringmaster's turn, just so that Graham didn't have to manage a bunch of extra initiative stuff. Yeah, you will go after Joshua. Don't worry. Given that he's in a unfortunate melee situation, he's going to swap out his bow. For those of you who can see him pull free a blade you've never seen him carry before. It's this rusted and definitely covered in dried blood machete. And kind of watching the blind swings of the clown from the darkness is going to take a swing at it. He swings and then takes another swing, but you can see a colorfully gloved hand snag his wrist and a knife slide into his ribs for 5 piercing. But I believe, does he get the temp HP from the speech? Or yes, so it eats into that instead. And you give him 11. I'll go ahead and note that down. So with that, brings me to that. Okay. All right. And he gets another attempt to try. Still misses though. Or actually, Oh yeah, with his modifier, that would hit. So, on a second swing, catching the arm that grabbed him, slices down onto it for 9 piercing from the machete. Do. Okay. Brings him down to that. All right, and that is going to be the end of his turn. None of his bonus actions are particularly useful here. So yeah, that's his turn. Now it is your turn, Israel, with Melvin on deck. So Graham, you can run him.
Alrighty, so I'm gonna use the last spell slot I've got, and I'm gonna cast Mermaid Marionettes, and I'm gonna summon 3 of these things in the spaces, sort of just on the other side of the edge of the darkness that I can see.
Okay. Yeah, because you have Devil Sight, correct?
Exactly. So I can see through all this darkness, and
yeah, so you're fine.
I'm visible. So like they're over. If you're looking at the darkness and you see all of us clustered in that top corner, that other corner that's empty.
Okay,
across
got it.
from that, the 3 will be summoned there. These are clearly marionettes. To those of you who
I'm just
can
using
see
animated
them.
armor as a stand-in for the record.
Exactly. So to those of you who can see them, they look like marionettes, and they certainly move like marionettes. They're puppet strings that flow from them to Israel's hand as the puppet master, but they also appear quite a bit more humanoid than the puppets our good friend Masco or whatever his name is. Moscow makes. These, in fact, look more probably like the people they're supposed to resemble. Among them is a dwarf that looks like a scholar with a big gash across his chest. Another is a half-orc cleric of some deity or other, also sporting like holes through their throat. And the last one is a halfling barbarian, is what it looks like. Also sporting some holes through a shoulder and through their chest, staining what was probably their clothes. But they shuffle and move at her command as she orders them to attack the nearest clowns, or at least will once they have an initiative.
Okay.
So when we roll their initiative.
Yep, go ahead. Yeah, and they
great. It's 10, so they get to go before me.
All right.
And the clowns.
Yeah, hey. All right. So
I don't know if they get to attack on this turn, but
I don't believe. Yeah, they roll their initiative, but they will still defend themselves. So
exactly.
They're on the field now. Can anyone, since they're summoned in within the darkness, can anyone besides Israel see through darkness? Okay.
Israel's the only one who could see through magical darkness.
Yeah, so none of you see Israel cast the spell, nor what she summons, but those of you close to the darkness can hear a new voice joining the cacophony of laughter and wails from the clowns and the ringmaster, and just the cacophony of the audience din and circus music. As Israel, you can see the half-orc slowly turn to look at you. I'm lost.
Yeah, and she just starts to ignore this and is like, attack the nearest clown.
All right.
That is her command for these.
Yeah. And as you move your fingers, the puppet strings that connect these bodies to you cause them to twitch and shudder as they don't even walk. They just simply hover in the air, dangling like these macabre marionette puppets, and start to shuffle and dance towards the nearest clowns, which will take place on their turn. So, with that, is that the end of your turn, Israel?
I believe it is.
Yes.
Wait.
Waiting.
I'm gonna check and see if this is in fact a bonus action. No, it's not. Never mind.
Okay. Yeah. So yes, this is the first use of Merry Marionettes, a homebrew spell unique to Israel's patron. However, certain other spellcasters can learn it if Israel takes the time to teach them. But let's see how the reveal goes first, because that darkness is keeping the veil of comfort up for the rest of the party. All right, so that's the end of your turn, Israel. That brings us to Melvin with the Ringmaster and Moscow going after.
Melvin is going to move 50.
Yeah, fair.
Melvin
And
is going to move 15 feet back. I don't think they see him because they are.
Yeah, they
in
can't see him,
darkness.
so no reaction.
And he's going to look at this clown right here and go, "Well, to be honest, I've always felt that humor came from knowing the proper punchlines." And he's going to cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter on that one.
Which one, sorry? Just so I'm aware.
The one right here.
Okay, got it.
So it needs to make a spell save DC 15. I believe it is
It succeeds.
Wisdom. Okay. So nothing happens. And
Alright.
he goes, "Oh, fiddlesticks." And I guess I'll just try and cower and hide.
Hey, he's behind Barry, so. Yeah, Barry's up there now, but he's back there. The group's shielding him from too much clownage. Yeah, I'll move Barry just kind of out of the way, so I remember that he's above the situation, quite literally. All right, so Melvin casts his spell, but they are clowns. They know humor. You don't need to tell a clown how to be funny. So
I don't know. They haven't made anyone laugh yet.
they make me laugh. All right, it is now Moscow and the Ringmaster's turn. As a kind of interesting side note, a little behind the screen, the Demon Jester is going to roll to see what they decide to do. Their behavior is very erratic and unpredictable, so let's see what they do. All right. 30 foot. So who would that reach? All right, but it would not reach you. So, yeah. Okay. I would like everyone sans Ivron to make me a. Let me double check here. To make me a wisdom save. Utaka, this will not include Barry, but it will include Garnet.
So that
Does
means
it include Junior?
Sure. It won't have too much effect on Junior, like gameplay wise right now, but yeah, for flavor.
Okay.
Because there's like mounts and stuff to consider, we'll go one at a time. Harris, wisdom save.
my wisdom save is going to be a 24.
Okay.
And that's not adding the +4 to it. That's
Okay.
just the +9 from a 16, I believe, which is 25.
Okay. Israel.
So 29? Yeah.
That's a natural 1 for a 6.
Okay.
Add your +4.
Oh, 10.
Okay. Griaz and Junior.
I'm not using D&D Beyond anymore because that was also a nat 1 + 3. That's 2 nat 1s in a row. That's bullshit.
Ooh.
So should I use Juvenile Mimic or regular Mimic for Junior?
No, Junior is an adult, so adult mimic.
Regular Mimic.
Yeah, you
Okay.
regular mimic. And you can go ahead and add him
so-
as like extras to your D&D so you can keep track of him. Yeah, so you and so your wisdom save nat 1, his wisdom.
14.
Okay. And Utaka, you and Garnet.
So I'm a 23, and that's without Harris's +4,
Okay.
right? Does that affect? Yeah, so 27. Garnet is 13 minus 1, 12.
Okay. Griaz, Junior, Israel, and Garnet, you have all become frightened as you hear, rather than the jovial jokes and laughter of the clowns, this horrifying from the Ringmaster. You have all become a special type of frightened, unique to this from its shriek. You can until you manage to shake off the fright, you can only use your action to retreat from the Demon Jester, and you drop everything you're carrying, which means Garnet is no longer grappling it. And but you can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of your turns, and the effect will end on a success. So Griaz, Israel Jr., and Garnet are now frightened. So your action on your next turn is just going to be run as far as you can from the Demon Jester. But bonus action stuff and reactions are still free game. And now that Garnet has dropped it, it's going to also make 2 attacks. Utaka, since you're not looking through its eyes, I won't spoil what it's doing, but I will say that Garnet might take some damage here.
Are the attacks at disadvantage? Or
Yeah, because it can't see in the dark through like magical darkness, but it is still gonna
And
attack.
that was AC 15.
All right. First one's a miss. Second one's a hit. Garnet takes. Make sure I have the right dice there.
only 97 more rounds until darkness ends?
Can't you just cancel it?
I mean, I
He
could,
can.
but I won't.
Okay. That's fair.
Garnet takes 10 bludgeoning damage, and I'm gonna need Garnet to make me a strength saving throw.
My boy's good at that, I think. Maybe? Oh, I don't actually... It doesn't actually say. Well, that's just a 19 then, actually. So
Okay, so nothing else happens, but Garnet does take 10 bludgeoning damage from... you don't see what the Jester is doing, but something happened. Garnet's hurt. That's going to be it. But since Garnet cannot see it, well, it does have blindsight, but it's frightened now. So the Jester is going to try and move out of the magical darkness. I believe Garnet can still take a opportunity attack if you want, but it will be at disadvantage because they are frightened.
yeah, that's fine. Okay. Oh, if it's a... Okay, so I guess question. If it's opportunity attack and it has multi-attack with 2 different
you
things,
just attack
do I
once.
choose... But do I choose what type of attack it is?
Yes, you can choose the type of attack, but yeah, it can only attack once.
Okay. Ooh. Do I want to sting it or claw it and grapple? I'll go with the grapple. Okay, so disadvantage, that's a 16.
All right, that is a hit. So roll for damage. Bear in mind though that on Garnet's next turn, because their action is going to be consumed by trying to get away, it's going to immediately ungrapple and run away. So just bear that in mind.
We'll try to carry it with it.
No, I actually have it in the description that it will drop what they're carrying and run. After all, the impulse is get away, not like like you're trying to run from like a monster attacking you while you're holding it.
That's fine. Okay, I'll still... Am I up next? Really useless, then.
Yeah, well, no, because this is just Garnet's. Griaz will go after Moscow, and then it's your turn.
Okay. Oh, well, that's fine. So I'll just say that's 6 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And it is still grappled inside the thing, so it can't actually back up out.
So it can't retreat from the darkness as intended. Well done. All right. Noted. All right. So that's it for the reaction, and they have nothing else they can particularly do on their turn. Yeah, that's an action, I believe. So yeah, no. All right. It is now Moscow's turn. Moscow. What is Moscow gonna do?
I swear to goodness, if you say betray us, I'm going to be so upset right now.
The cruelty I would need to be capable of. But I'm a DM.
Yeah,
I'm never
told you.
cruel. I'll say that Moscow is going to make some. Oh, could it reach that actually? Let me see if Moscow can do what they're thinking of trying to do here. They can. Griaz, as you are overcome with fright, you feel the weight of Moscow on your back give out as those of you outside the darkness and Israel within can see Moscow dive off of Griaz's back, run forward, sliding their backpack off, and start rummaging around very quickly before pulling free what appears to be a simple, small cast iron ball. But they pull their straw hat from the backpack and kind of wave it a bit before striking a small flame against it and holding it over the head. They basketball throw it over Israel's head, landing in the center of the little clown posse here. And Muska has thrown a primitive bomb into the center of where the clown car is.
I'm seeing the link that you're making here.
I have fun seeing the link. Yeah, that's good. I'll give you credit for that one. Free Tosh's hideous laughter for that. All right, that is a failure, success, failure, failure. All right. All right. So, Harris, as you watch this cast iron ball with the small trail of light coming from it, impact the clown who had joked at Utaka's expense earlier, impacts it directly and detonates. And all of the clowns but one take 16 thunder damage, but because that one succeeded the throw, it gets off ashy but scot-free. Little ashy. So those ones took a bit of a hit there. What's the matter, trainer? Okay. Sorry, I was getting damage sorted. Okay. All right. And Moscow doesn't really have too much they are willing to do right now as a bonus action, so yeah. All right, that is Moscow's turn. Griaz, you're up. Utaka on deck, but Griaz, your bonus action and reaction are free to use, but your action is going to be just moving as far as you can away from the jester, which would put you here.
Okay, that's what I do.
All right. But do you have anything you want to do as a bonus action or anything else?
Don't think I have any bonus. No, I got nothing.
Okay. Go ahead and make another wisdom save.
D&D Beyond. I'm gonna do this with actual dice. Not 20. See, you know
Hey!
what? D&D Beyond.
Yeah, two nat ones in a row on D&D
row.
Beyond. So Griaz,
It was just that you used up all your bad luck already. You were gonna get a nat 20 had you rolled on D&D Beyond.
Also,
Yeah,
I think my thing disconnected, and I think I messed up the layout. So
what?
The layout on our stuff is messed up. I just wanted someone to know.
Oh,
my
shit.
video cut out briefly and messed up.
Who's DM now?
Yeah, Graham.
Me.
See, that was another nat 1. I just rolled just in case. It's 3 fucking nat 1s in a row on D&D Beyond. Yeah,
God. I mean, that's genuinely impressive, honestly.
Honestly, I'm wondering if it's just broken at this point. I'm going to roll again just to see what this die does. That was at least a 14. There's at least that. Okay. But no, I'm going with the nat 20 from the click.
No, obviously, yeah, you rolled it.
Yeah.
But real quick, Graham, do we need to do any technical stuff before we continue?
Don't worry about it.
He's
I'll
doing it. We
fix
can
it.
just continue.
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe I'll fix it.
So,
Maybe
Griaz,
not.
as you just run as far as you can from this horrifying demonic clown, as you run into the canvas cloth of the circus tent, your vision kind of goes dark for a second as your head kind of briefly gets tangled in the cloth before you turn, and your heart rate's still kind of going, but you are no longer frightened. On your next turn, you will be able to take actions freely.
That's an 18 for Junior as well, just in case.
Yeah, and Junior's clear now as well. You can feel like the pulsing on your arm, but Junior is slowly calming as well.
What were we even scared of? Nothing.
It's a
Goddamn
clown.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the end of your turn. Utaka, you're up. Ivron on deck.
I would like to. Oh, okay. So this is tricky. Okay, can I see any? No, I can't see any of the marionettes because they're
Nope.
inside the darkness.
Yeah, you can
Okay.
see 3 clowns and your allies.
But I
Sans
know
Israel.
that there's another one sort of in there by Israel because I've heard it do stuff, right?
Yeah, so but you could attack. I'll say you can attack ones on the. You can.
Well, like
Here.
I know ostensibly that there's one sort of there. I don't
Yeah.
know like exactly.
Yeah, like you
where
can
it
attack
is.
that one with disadvantage, but that's about it in terms of straight attacks.
Okay, well, what I would like to do is to see. I don't know the marionettes are there. I would like to center a shatter to where I think it'll just hit clowns and not my party members.
Okay.
So it'll hit the marionettes too is the problem, but
Okay. Well.
I don't know. I don't know they're there. So.
Because does shatter affect objects? Yep. So bear that in mind when making any throws you might need to make, Israel. Okay. So a saving throw, attack roll. What are we doing?
They need to do a Constitution saving throw. Everything needs to do a Constitution saving throw. If they're made of inorganic material such as stone, crystal, or metal, they have disadvantage.
Oh, so the marionettes will actually not be more affected than anything else, but they're well, yeah, because of the flavor to them. And also, what's the range on shatter?
It is a 10-foot radius, so it's a 20-foot circle.
Okay, I was just making sure you could do this without hitting Garnet.
Although I think it will hit Barry. Sorry, Barry.
Yes, it is going to hit Barry. So, yeah, Barry is going to have to make a throw as well, but I will make a roll for the clowns. DC?
That should be 15 con.
And a good number of them are within the range.
Yeah, I'm hoping to hit, like, all 4 of the ones that I think are there. And I just don't know that there are marionettes past them.
Yeah.
The marionettes pass their save.
Okay.
All of the clowns fail theirs. I even rolled for each one individually.
Oh, wow. I think Barry also failed.
All right.
But sorry, Barry. It's for the cause. I will use my channel divinity and do max damage. That's 24 to everything.
Okay. And do the things who fail take half or just nothing?
If they failed their saving
Or no,
throw?
if they succeeded. Sorry.
Oh, okay. If they succeed. Oh, I thought. Okay. Yeah, it's half.
Okay, so the marionettes who succeeded will take 12 damage.
Mm-hmm. Everything else 6, 24.
Okay, noted. Powerful hit. Powerful hit.
Boom.
Noted for you. Noted for you, and noted for you. Okay. All right. So you cast this spell that worked on the mimics. Cast your spell, and Barry is kind of jostled on the canvas circus walls, and yeah, even all of you guys can hear like the shaking and rumbling as the clowns like continue to laugh, but you can see like you can hear audible cracking and like less bones breaking and more like you can see what appears to be things like candy canes and sticks sticking out of their 2 big pants. They're hurt, but they're still laughing and moving.
For Barry's hits, does a 13 hit?
Just double checking here, making sure. Yes, 13 hits.
Okay. So that was his.
And I'm assuming it's attacking this one up front with Harris here. That's the one he can most easily reach. So.
Yeah. Then yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's fine.
Okay.
So that is 6 piercing damage and then a Constitution saving throw. DC 12.
Unnecessary. Barry kills that clown.
Okay. It missed its second attack, so.
Yeah. So he.
I mean, it missed the first. It hit the second. Whatever. You get the point.
Yeah. So so you want to go for the second attack on this one here?
It only hit with 1 attack.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do you want? But Barry is multi-tech.
Oh, yeah,
so do you
yeah,
want?
yeah.
So do you want to hit this one now?
Sure.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. Oh, that's a crit.
Yeah, that's gonna hit. Believe it or not.
Wow. Wild, crazy.
Yeah, insane. Buck wild that.
That would be for a I'm gonna coin it as a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
You want me to roll 8d10 and 2d8?
With 5 hit points remaining after that shatter, I don't think it's gonna be necessary.
Okay.
So Barry picks up one of the clowns and just crunches it with their mandibles, and again it laughs and melts into streamers and confetti, and immediately continues to scuttle along the walls and sting the next one, which immediately doubles over laughing as streamers and party supplies pour from the wound as it slumps into a pile. 2 clowns down.
I'm very proud of my good boy.
Yeah, your good boy's so good.
My Garnet, my not so good girl.
I can put Barry here. Yeah. So Garnet action is going to be just drop the jester and run. Which is going to try and get as far away as it can. So
She fails her saving throw.
All right, so she's going to be frightened next turn as well. What's her movement?
I think it's 40. Yeah, it's 40.
Okay. They can't see her though, so they won't get any reactions at least. With a dash as well, she would definitely just run to the corner. Garnet just makes a dead sprint, dropping the demonic jester, and cowers and hides in the corner, terrified of the horrible screaming ringmaster. Is that the end of your turn, Utaka?
The only other thing I think I'll do, out of the kindness of my heart, the sheer kindness of my heart, is I will move over and stand in front of Melvin.
All right. And you move to protect the good boy, protect Griaz's good boy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And your turn, Ivran, you're up. Geharis on deck, and then after Geharis will come the some monsters and NPCs, and then Israel.
The marionettes would go before them.
Oh yes. So it'll go Ivran, Geharis, Marionettes, monsters and NPCs, Israel. So just so everyone's on the same page. Don't want anyone to think they're being skipped. So Ivran, what would you like to do?
Well, if I can't really see anybody, I think that what he's going to do, because he knows that there are clowns in there, most likely.
I want that on a t-shirt. He knows there's clowns in there. Sorry, go on.
He's gonna use, and I don't know how it works yet because I haven't used it, but he's going to use Ensnaring Strike as a bonus action from his GSA badge, and ready his action for anything that steps out near him on this side.
Okay, here I got it here. Okay, so it's a bonus action to do that. So yeah, basically on your next attack, if you hit, they will have to succeed on a saving throw or be stunned. Right, so you're just going to wait there, ready an attack, and then because you already readied Ensnaring Strike, you can also do that. So all right, noted. And your creature kind of repositions itself again to continue to just kind of orbit you and watch the darkness for any oncoming clowns. All right. Geharis, you're up with Marionettes on deck.
That is très magnifique. I would.
For the record, Barry's not actually blocking your way. I just put him there so we would know where he was geographically.
So I'm gonna move right here and make an attack with my longsword on him.
Go for it.
Does a 24 hit?
Yeah.
Do you want me to? I'll roll the slashing damage first. That's 7 plus something. 7 plus 5, so 12 slashing damage.
You do just enough to kill that clown.
Sweet. Seeing how there are none left, and I still have movement speed.
Yep.
I'm gonna drop. Oh gosh, do I want to do this though? Actually, no. I'm gonna run south, just through the center area with my sword out, hoping I collide with something.
All right, and you will indeed. Let me move Barry real quick. You will indeed collide with a clown.
And I will just take my extra auto attack.
Yep. Make an attack with disadvantage.
All right, that is a 12.
Believe it or not, that's actually a hit.
All right.
There's a lot of them, but clowns are not very strong. I found that I can beat most clowns in a fight.
8 slashing damage.
Okay.
And then it is... Do I want to put a smite on? No, I'm not. It needs to make a Constitution saving throw, though.
Got it. DC again, sorry. Oh, no, I remember it. It
14.
fails.
Okay.
Yeah, it fails. So,
for 6.
yeah, I remembered it right as I said that. So,
13, 20, 21 necrotic damage.
holy crap, you do just enough to kill that clown. Just the bare minimum you needed. All right, so you want a flavor or should I?
Oh, yeah. So, Gaharis, I run in with my, like, sword and shield extended as I just start running blindly through. And I collide with this creature. And, like, I had taken a look and seen Joshua and Melvin and Griaz and Israel had been kind of near me. And I just plunge my blade right into the gut of this creature as I collide. And as it starts laughing, I just put my shield hand on its face and just snap its neck.
And it falls and melts into streamers and confetti.
That's it for me.
All right.
I'm gonna keep up the darkness.
All right, noted. It is now the Merry Marionette's turn, and because Israel can see perfectly fine, you can command the marionettes without issue.
Well, it's that they have their command. Even though I'm frightened, they were to attack the nearest clowns.
Yep,
so...
you gave that command before you were frightened. So
Exactly. So they are going to attack the nearest clown to them, particularly. And we'll go with
nice
that.
knowing you all.
Yeah. Hold on while I bring up their.
What's their movement speed, real quick, just to make sure that.
Yeah, I'm bringing that up. Movement speed is 30 feet.
Yeah, so they can position themselves without issue. Make 3 attack rolls with the attack that you have in front of you.
Let's see. First one. That's gonna be +2 hits, so 16.
That's a hit.
All right, it's gonna be a slam.
All right, this first one up here, that's actually this one will have advantage because you're flanking it. So if you want to go for a crit, just see what happens.
Fine, let's do it.
Yeah, I was like checking.
Yeah, it's gonna be at 16, and it's gonna
still hits. So
hits. I think it does 3d6.
Yeah, you should have. Let me double check.
It says hit 3 parentheses 1d6.
Yeah. It's 1d6, but you can take 3 as the average. So yeah, you roll a d6, and that's how much damage it does.
Okay, cool. All right, 1d6. Let's roll that. So that does 3 damage.
Okay.
Next one will go and attack its nearest clown.
Mm-hmm.
For a 13, which I think hits.
Yep, that's also a hit.
All right, and it's gonna do its little d6 for another 3 damage.
All right. Whittling them down. All right, and
that's a 12.
Believe it or not, that actually does still hit. Clowns are very weak.
Exactly, they're not exactly strong. And a 3. All right.
Hey! All right. So you. Even, despite your fright, the puppets do follow the light. So you can almost feel your fingers being pulled by the strings as they hover like ghosts through the darkness, heading towards the nearest clown. And Gaharis, as you're like standing over, you can't see it, but as you're standing over the confetti and streamers of the clown you slew, you hear a new voice, ghastly and ghostly, in front of you. I can't find my way. Murder on my throat to do that. I love it. And Israel, your puppets just start like pounding and beating down just with very primitive like punches, but it's doing something. All right, so your merry marionettes have engaged. We're basically seeing who wins in a fight, clowns or puppets. All right, that's it for the Merry Marionettes. So next up is the Clones and Joshua, and then it'll be your turn proper, Israel. So your action is going to be to run away, but then you can remake the saving throw. So, boy, this clown here is in a very unideal position. It's going to try and the puppet just hit it, so it's going to take a swing at the puppet, but with disadvantage. That's a 7 to hit. I don't imagine so, but figured I'd check. You have the
No,
yeah. So, all right,
it's an 11 to hit
Got
these
it.
guys.
All right, and its second attack does hit though. The puppet up top there takes 4 piercing from the clown's dagger. But it's pinned on both sides. It can't exactly do a whole lot. The one below you there is going to take a swing at you. Yeah, your AC is higher than that, so that one misses. This clown, completely out of targets, is going to move out. Is going to move out of the darkness here, but find itself immediately flanked on both sides. But it's going to take a swing at Moscow. Jesus Christ. Those of you outside the darkness see one of the clowns, the one that was originally attacking Melvin, step out, kind of looking around, seeing Joshua on one side, Moscow on the other, and immediately grabs a cleaver and goes to swing at Moscow. But Joshua, using their machete, pins, like grapples the clown against himself and holds it in place. This clown is also going to take a swing at the puppets. Actually managing to hit. The puppet below Gaharis there takes another 4 piercing. A lot of good average rolls tonight. Because Derek is rolling all of our nat 1s and nat 20s. All right, and that's it for the clowns. Yep. Running out of clowns here. And Joshua, now that he actually has a easier to reach target, he's not going to bother wasting a spell on this thing. He's just going to keep it grappled and swing at it with his machete. That is absolutely a hit for another 9 damage. Again, just very well averaged. All right, gonna take another swing. Another hit. Okay. Clown's slowly getting whittled down there. As while he has it pinned, Joshua just starts digging the machete's blade into it as streamers and confetti start to flood over the blade. And all right, that is the end of the spooky clown turn, and also the monsters attacking you. So Israel, you're up with Melvin on deck, and then the jester in Moscow.
All right, so
Wonderful. I
I'm gonna
rolled the
first-
portent dice for Melvin just barely because I forgot that that's something Melvin gets.
Right. Okay. So Israel, this is going to be your action to just move as far as you
Okay.
can, but you can still use a bonus action, and then you can make your saving throw again.
Exactly. I don't think I have any bonus actions that I can take at the moment, but
Melvin
I'll make the
says you
saving
get an
throw.
18 on your save.
Yay!
All right, Israel,
So that's
similar
one
to
point
Griaz.
dice.
Griaz, you watch as Israel, similar to you, runs head first, trying to escape. But as they hit the canvas, they kind of blink and come out of it. And Israel, your heart rate starts to mellow at the very least, and you can see Joshua and Moscow fighting a clown they have pinned, and just the cloud of darkness, whatever had made that ungodly noise came from. And those of you now, Griaz, Melvin, and Utaka, you can see Israel's fingers have very small, almost spiderweb-like strands coming from them, leading into the darkness.
Indeed, they're the same color as her Eldritch Blast, but they are now like super fine, super we're fine.
When you say spider web, like, are they actually?
No,
Nah,
they're
it-
perfectly
yeah, they're-
straight, and they seem to be attached
you
to
know,
her fingers.
Inquiring minds, since I have
Yeah,
web
you
sense
still
right
have your
now.
mask on, so.
Okay.
All right.
Exactly. They are spider fine, but they are attached to her fingertips.
All right. Okay. So Israel has recovered from their fright. But that is the end of your turn. Melvin's up with Griaz. You'll go and get like a proper turn after the jester.
All right, Melvin is going to. Do you guys think Melvin would run in with a quarterstaff to save spells, or Eldritch Blast and be ashamed?
That's a good question.
I think it needs to go up to a vote.
He's been using Eldritch Blast more often.
Yeah,
so...
now that he's come clean with us, I
Would
feel like
he?
he's way
I
more
don't
likely.
feel like he would quarterstaff. Come on.
Yeah, especially
not now
murderous
that we, like-
clowns. So
Exactly.
I-
Now that we've
okay,
been
well,
revealed,
that's,
he's gonna use the spell.
23 for 4 force damage on the clown that just exited.
Yep. Yeah, which is currently pinned. So yep. Okay. For force noted.
You should get 2 bolts.
Oh, yeah, and I have to make a separate attack for that, right?
Yep. So go for it.
10.
10 to hit.
Yeah.
Alright, that one
I don't
misses.
think flanking
No,
gives
it should
advantage.
because it should. Oh, does it? Oh,
Oh,
it does
does
add
it?
it. Okay.
Or
Well,
would
well,
it?
but it wouldn't matter because it's flanked, but you're not the one flanking it.
No,
Right,
no, I
right.
just wasn't sure if it was
But
set
isn't
up to
it
add
grappled
his
by?
It's grapple, but grapple doesn't give
Oh,
you.
you're right. Yeah,
It just reduces their
Yeah.
movement speed.
Okay.
To
Yeah.
0.
He whiffs it.
So yeah, so 2 like shameful eldritch bolts go flying. One impacts the clown directly and sends a confetti cannon into the darkness, but the other one whiffs and sails into the darkness unobstructed. Although Israel, you feel a slight tug on your puppet strings as it kind of sails over one of the puppets' heads. All right, is that Melvin's turn?
Mm-hmm.
All right, it is now the jester's turn. The jester has no idea of the paladin that's waiting for them, so it's gonna step out of the darkness and try to get a view of its surroundings, which will trigger your attack, Avron. And you do have ensnaring strike active, so I'll go ahead and so yeah, we see if you hit, and then it's gonna try to make a saving throw.
24.
That is a hit. So go ahead and roll damage because you do still hit it, and then just it has this additional effect, which let's see if it saves.
1d6, yeah.
So what weapon are you using?
No. So he rolls for the first hit is 12.
12 does not hit.
No. So he rolled a 24 to hit.
Okay,
The
and then 12 damage, I'm assuming.
Damage will be slashing on top of the ensnaring strike.
Okay, yeah. So I was just confused there. Sorry, that was my bad. Okay, 12, noted.
And the second attack is an 18.
That is also hit. Go and roll damage. And it does succeed the save. So let me see what happens there. Next time you hit. Restrained. Okay, so it looks like the spell ends once you make the attack. I'll flavor it once you resolve this last one. So how much damage does the second attack do?
Second attack does 9.
Okay.
And then he's throw smite on there for 20 radiant damage.
Ooh, look at you. Okay. All right, noted. 20 radiant. That's so much radiant. So radiant. Okay. All right. So as you see this colorfully dressed, taking a few wounds and visibly dripping confetti, jester step forward. It turns its head to you as you immediately charge it. Slash, and because with some time with you to figure out how to do this, flashing your badge as vines shoot forth to try and restrain it. And as it stumbles back, kind of stunned and confused by the slashes that are now just drooling and oozing streamers and colors, the vines do restrain it, but it manages to pull itself free. So, all right. But it can now take its turn proper. Let's see what it does. Oh, it's going to do that again. Okay. Okay. As a reaction, it's going to use vicious mockery on you, Ivron. So why don't you make me a wisdom save there, bud?
That's a nat 20.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, plus a 10, and then plus a 5, if you really want all those numbers there.
So as it steps out, it looks like as it turns to see you as you're like charging in, it opens its mouth like it's gonna start cracking jokes, but your slashing throws it off so badly that it can't even like formulate a proper punchline. So as it like stumbles back and breaks free from the vines trying to restrain it, it's going to let me see who this hits, who this is gonna hit this time. All of you guys are or no, it would hit. Okay. All right. Avron, Utaka, Melvin, and Israel need to make me wisdom saves.
I'm using my crit from chat.
All right.
Okay.
So you crit save. So Avron, Utaka, and Melvin, wisdom saves.
All right. And you are not within 10 feet of me, so you don't get the bonus. Melvin rolls a 7.
Okay.
27.
I got a 17.
Okay. So 17. Avron, sorry.
27.
Okay, so Israel, you know what's coming as you can see the jester step out of the darkness and immediately take in a breath. And while you don't know that it made, because you could see in the magical darkness, so you remember it making the noise that frightened you so badly, you immediately cover your ears, and all of you can hear again that horrifying gurgling shriek, but all of you, even Ivron staring it dead in the face, hold your courage. You can feel your heart rate increase, but you hold firm. Except for Melvin, who, Graham, if you just want to flavor Melvin's fright.
That's Melvin's.
So Melvin will, again, use his action next turn to just get as far away from it as he can, and then he can make it the save again at the end of his turn. But the rest of you resist it. Ivron, you see it reaches over its back, and you can see like swords and like various weapons on its back, and you're wondering when it's going to pull free, and it pulls a mallet, an inflatable one, which it then reaches up and brings down.
It rolls a 1. There's Melvin's other important.
Okay. All right, real quick, Ivron, armor class. It's important, and I'm not going to say a nat 1 hits you. Don't get me wrong. It's a flavor thing.
16.
Okay. I love Melvin so much.
I know. Why don't we all play divination wizards? Honestly, between all of us, we'd never have to roll again. We'd always get our good spells off. Oh, you want to counterspell that? Well, you rolled a 3.
That's what it is. Okay. Okay. I'll say, Ivron, as you can see, it raised this inflatable mallet, and it goes to swing. You dodge backward out of the way, and it impacts the ground hard, actually creating like a visible dent in the dirt. But because it just hit flat ground, it's kind of startled and with a hits itself in the face and kind of starts laughing. It takes 8 damage from its own weapon. And kind of gives you a very like filthy tooth smile. You're funny, and raises again and swings down at you, and that is a hit, dealing 13 bludgeoning damage as the inflatable mallet smacks you in the head hard.
Most of that damage was to your pride.
Oh, and please make me a strength saving throw. That was good. That was good. I like that. It insults his pride. But yeah, so yeah, what's your strength save?
22.
All right, you don't go prone. So it goes to whacks itself, laughs a little bit, whacks you again, and you're dizzy and like almost get knocked full to the ground with the impact, but you manage to hold firm. Damages to your pride. All right. That is going to be the end of its turn. So, it is now Muska, with an enemy right in front of him. Come on, Moscow. Okay. All right. Okay. Note that down. You watch as Moscow pulls something else from their little bag of tricks. This time, one of that like very well made metallic boomerang you had seen them holding when they came in, but this time rather than throwing it, they simply wield it as a melee weapon and slice at the clown being grappled by Joshua. While streamers and confetti flood out from it, it does not go down just yet. Still standing. Double check to make sure no other properties kick in there. Nope. Okay. And that's gonna be it for Moscow. So that takes us back to Griaz. So you have a proper turn now. Melvin is horribly a fright, but everyone else is standing strong. Everyone's dueling the Jester, and Moscow and Joshua are dealing with the one clown that is standing outside of the darkness.
Okay. So that's Moscow right there, right? I just pinged.
Ping again, sorry? Yeah, that's him.
Okay. And then the three that are kind of around are all clowns.
This here is Joshua and
that's
Moscow. Everything else is clowns. And the animated armor is the merry marionettes, but you can't see them, so.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I was going to do Flaming Sphere, but that would hit both Joshua and Moscow. So instead, I'm going to turn into something scary. I got my wild shapes back. Let's turn into something scary. So Griaz is going to turn into something that he discovered recently, that he fought recently when they were in the town. He's going to turn into a clawfoot raptor. And then he is going to use his pounce by moving straight forward, and then he is going to hit this clown. That one.
All right.
Going to hit it, so it needs to succeed on a strength saving throw or be knocked prone, and then he'll do a
which it fails.
Okay.
So as Joshua sees you transform, he kind of almost holds the clown up for you as you tackle it in your raptor form and knock it to the ground. And Joshua helps you hold it down as you just start digging into it. Go ahead and do your stuff.
So will this? Here's a weird question. Will this count for sneak attack damage because it's
you have allies nearby.
Yeah. I just didn't know if that counted for when it's in wild shape. That's a weird kind of combination of things.
Yeah, you're fine. And I will say, I believe because it's prone, you will have advantage on melee attacks. So
right.
So do your thing.
So it is an 18 to hit.
That's a hit.
And then let's see if he just has an extra d6. Okay. Okay. So 12 points of
all right. That
close.
Clown ain't clowning no more.
All right.
Do you want to flavor it just so I don't supersede you there?
No, you're fine. Yeah, so he just literally turns into a goddamn velociraptor, and then the ones that you don't see coming from the sides. Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing.
So you just start tearing into this clown as confetti and streamer, and all of you can hear as Griaz in his raptor form just tears this clown apart.
He tears him apart like he's Samuel L. Jackson, just really goes to town.
All right. Anything else on your turn?
That's it.
All right. Top of the round, Utaka, you're up. And I will say, Utaka, that if I recall correctly, you have this round and 2 more before the mask adheres to your face.
You said it was 1 minute?
Yeah.
I've been counting.
Yeah,
We're
no,
on-
yeah,
okay.
that was my bad. I thought like 60 seconds, and that made me think 6 rounds for some reason. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we're
no,
good.
I
my bad.
have a tally going.
No,
I
no,
was
that-
counting.
This
No,
fight
yeah.
has been going on for 18 seconds
Yeah.
at the start of round 3.
Yeah. So
Well,
that was
yeah.
my bad. I apologize. But yeah. So
Okay.
go for it.
But so I think the demon jester's still in the darkness because I can't see it from my angle. Correct.
Well, I will say, yeah, you can't see the jester, but from your angle, you can see Yvronne's clearly fighting something and taking hits. So
yeah, but I don't know if there's darkness where he's swinging.
true.
'Cause I can't see there.
Well, you did see Gaheris when he cast the darkness. You would know where its like range tapers out.
Okay. I'm not sure if he would. There's a lot going on. I don't know if he would have
No, yeah,
that.
I was just pointing out what you like could
Yeah.
reasonably intuit.
But okay, so I think he would come into here, and he has blind sight right now
Yes, yeah.
to 10 feet. So now I can see everything here.
Yeah, and this
Okay.
is your first, not visual, but exposure to the marionettes.
Yeah, that's creepy. This thing next to me, I guess I don't know if it's hostile to me or not, but it isn't the demon jester, which I'm more scared of.
Yeah, so, all right, and indeed, your blind sight
It
does
does
tell
look
you.
pretty busy with the clown that's currently attacking.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Slowly.
So, you would see Yvonne just getting Donkey Konged by the demon jester.
So I would like the clown jester to make a wisdom saving throw.
Well, I may just do that.
Okay.
I fail.
Cool.
I don't even need to check his modifier.
I am casting hold person, so it is paralyzed.
You guys do not want this fucker moving ever. All right.
That said, my concentration on giant insect will fail, so Garnet is now
A frightened regular scorpion.
yes.
All right. I'll just shrink their token.
Yeah. So
A little smaller than that, but it's fine.
Fine.
It's out of the way. So.
Yeah.
Um.
Barry, however, has blind sight. They know there's another clown there. They'll just keep swinging.
All right. So yeah, they may attack that clown.
But they will shift 5 feet to the left, so they're flanking with Harris.
Flanking with.
Correct?
Oh no. The animated armor is representing the marionettes.
No,
Okay.
the
Okay. I see what you
see
mean.
that one?
Yes.
They
Okay.
will
Yeah.
shift there so that they're flanking.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
All right. Yep. All right.
Okay.
So attack rolls with advantage on the clown.
21 to hit.
That's a hit. Again, clown's
And
not particularly strong.
14 to hit.
That is also a hit. So, go and see how much damage you do, and then we'll see if we even need to bother rolling for the poison. Again, they're not
Okay, so-
super strong.
Oh, that's
so.
10 bludgeoning, grappled, and then the sting
Okay, 10 bludgeoning, they're
is
grappled.
7 piercing.
Okay.
And then if they're still alive, they need to do a con saving throw.
Okay, which they are. So, what's the DC?
12.
They do succeed.
Okay, then they
um,
take it rounds down, so 8 poison
Okay.
damage.
And I will say through your connection to Barry, so as Barry still maintaining their position connected to the walls, kind of reaching forward a bit with their mandibles to reach into the darkness and grab the clown. They start biting and stinging at it. As Gaheris, you can't see it, but you can hear laughter and crunching to your side. Barry would actually find, and Utaka, you pick this up just again because you two have a thing going. You're special. The clown doesn't react to the poison at all.
Okay. I will keep that in mind, but I
Yeah,
don't think I'm
so-
gonna be shouting about that in the middle of all this.
The clowns have immunity to poison damage. Um,
Made of confetti.
yeah. All right. Is that the end of your go? We already rolled that Garnet would fail their save this turn as well. So.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, because we rolled before. Because Garnet rolled. Because I even mentioned like Garnet failed their save. So yeah, they're still.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. It's that they would be frightened this turn, so Garnet can't do anything. But yeah, so you can roll again at that's the end of their turn. So Garnet can't do anything, but you can try to resist.
It doesn't matter. I rolled a 1.
Yeah, so Garnet is just they're a small little scorpion. They're scary clowns.
To be fair, I'd be scared. That's not being scared. That's called being rational and wanting to not get squished.
Scary clowns. All right. Solid turn, Utaka. Solid turn. Ivron, you're up. Get Harris on deck.
All right. Ivron is going to stare down this clown who just had the audacity to hit him with a inflatable mallet, and he's going to angrily say, "Verily good entertainer. I don't know what you've heard, but I am not down to clown." And then he will cast Divine Favor. I will use
I love
my
this
crit
party.
from chat.
You had advantage, but
Oh no,
if you're critting, then it doesn't matter.
Go ahead and use your crit, but yeah, I mean, shit.
I still have a second attack.
Oh wait, no, you don't have to do it at all because paralyzed, you have advantage
if
any
you roll,
attack that
if
hits
you roll to
is a
hit
crit.
and hit them, it'll crit automatically.
Okay.
But I will say you can use that crit because you may miss. You can use that crit here and then roll. But if you hit them on the second attack, it'll crit as well. So you might crit twice. So
right.
go roll to hit.
That is what I will do. I will crit for the first one, and for the second one, I rolled a 17.
That is a hit. So you crit.
All right.
Double
Damage.
crit.
God. Does radiant damage? So you're doing it with double? Like you're just doubling the...
Yeah. You roll double what you rolled on the dice, and then add your modifiers. And he can't speak while he's paralyzed, so he can't use vicious mockery as a reaction. So
11 slashing for the first one, 10 slashing for the second one, and then I was going to add a smite onto the first one for... Where's my D8? For 12. Plus a 4, so that's...
So 68 damage.
16. So...
All right, with your, may I say, legitimately excellent boast, you slice at this jester who dare mock you and impugn your dignity with their inflatable mallet. It's still standing, but you can all hear bursts as confetti and streamers fly into the air, and just I decided to take a stab at it, and then like the paralysis kicks in and they like just fall as you're just stabbing and slicing at them on the ground.
I can imagine what everybody on the other side of the darkness seeing just light flash up from the other side off of the canopy. Aha!
All right, solid turn, Ivron.
That's it.
All right. Harris, you're up. Then it's the marionettes, then the clowns, and then Israel will go after.
I drop concentration.
Oh, so darkness goes away?
Darkness goes away.
All right, noted. So I will say, as just a reminder, now all of you see
These puppets.
what Israel has summoned, and you can see the very thin strings connecting them.
And I definitely don't know that Israel has control of these, probably in the heat of the moment.
But okay, I'll tell you what. This won't consume your action. Make me a perception check. Because Israel did specify that there is the strings connecting them to it, which we've mentioned
Dirty
in a few.
20.
Yeah, I will say that, like, because the others were able to see it without even, like, because they were right next to her. I'll say, looking at these, like, new, just, like, ominously dangling corpses, you look and see thin spiderweb-like strings connecting them to Israel's outstretched hands.
Okay. And there's 3 clowns, it looks like, and then the one that is fighting everyone. So I'll make 1 stab at the one above me and 1 stab at the one below me.
All right, go for it.
That's a 19 on the first one to hit, and
That
a
hits.
16 plus... Gosh, why do I... plus 8, so 24 to hit on the second one.
Also hits.
Alright, that's 1d8. That's 9 slashing damage to the first.
Okay.
And that's 6 slashing damage to the second.
Okay.
And I will add a smite onto the first one
Okay.
for 3 radiant damage.
Okay.
And it needs to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Yep, which it succeeds.
Alright, so it takes 15, 16, 24, half, 12 necrotic damage.
Okay.
And that's it for my turn. Well, I guess that's not it for my turn. I've got things that I have to do. So those are my attacks.
All right. So yeah,
And
now that you can see, you just start slicing at every clown within your vision, cautiously accepting the horrifying aid that Israel's providing you.
yeah, my bonus action is to conjure a spiritual weapon.
New spell.
I mean, I've used the spell before.
New spell.
I've used the spell before.
New spell.
It's not a new spell.
I just really like spiritual weapon. It makes me happy every time I see it.
So I'm
okay,
gonna summon my weapon right next to the clown that Ivron's fighting, and I'm gonna make an attack on it.
All right. Yeah, the demon jester. Sure
Yep.
thing. I'll just draw a little square to represent it.
You don't even have to. That's a nat 20, but it doesn't matter because it just has to hit. It's for a 27 to hit. For
yeah.
1d8 plus 4 damage. So that is 5, 10 damage.
Okay. And remind me again, what is your spiritual weapon?
I think it's just this jagged bladed sword. It kind of is like a long sword, but it's got ruthless cutting edges that are rigid and jagged, as if to tear and rip rather than slash.
Okay. So as it's on the ground paralyzed and still just smiling and kind of giggling lightly as Ivron starts stabbing into it, your spiritual sword starts stabbing into it. Bad day to be a demon jester. All right, is that it for your turn?
Yeah. I will. I'm gonna move closer. I'm gonna move into the center of these clowns.
All right. Surrounded on all sides by clowns.
That's exactly where I want them. Now none of them are gonna get to move anywhere.
I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me.
Exactly.
Also, don't worry. I promise it's nothing bad. But just go ahead and roll me a d20.
Sure.
Yeah. Again, nothing bad. I promise.
That's a 6.
Okay. All right. All right. So that's it for you.
I
it
was
is
the clown
now.
all along.
All right. Israel, what would your merry marionettes like to do?
Oh yeah, it is their turn. Yeah, so they're gonna swarm the clowns and attack again.
All right. Make your attacks.
So we're gonna have some fun. I'm gonna go ahead and just roll 3 of them at once. I'm smart. Awesome, they're all hits.
All right. Yeah. Roll damage.
All right, and that's gonna be 1, 2, 3. All right, so 1 does 3 damage, the other 2 do 4 each.
Okay.
It's definitely more efficient that way.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's a lot. It's a lot of puppets. Okay, noted. All right. Those of you who now see this like horrifying display as like Israel starts pulling the strings of the puppets, who just start slamming and beating down on the clowns, like shrieking and moaning and like parroting words and phrases from people long dead. It's gruesome. All right, that's it for the merry marionettes. It is now the clones and Joshua's turn. Garrus, flanked by clowns. They're going to at least make a but yeah. Both of their flanks are actually canceled out, so it's just flat rolls. One of them hits. Let me make sure I got this noted here. Yep. Okay. AC again, Garrus. I'm pretty sure it doesn't hit. I just want to check.
18.
Okay, yeah, one of them hits. But that's it. All right. So the clowns on either side of you start taking swings at you, cleavers and daggers and butcher knives. You manage to block and parry most of the strikes, but one manages to catch you in the waist. You take 5 piercing damage as one of the butcher knives makes contact.
I laugh at the clown.
And the third clown actually turns away from you, Gaharis, and looks to you, Griaz, and gives you a very wide, colorfully made up smile, and just, "What you doing over there, you big lug bear?" Please make me a charisma saving throw.
17.
All right, you managed to resist Tasha's hideous laughter.
I wanted to hear a raptor shriek in laughter.
This was the only chance we had, Matt.
I mean,
Why are you blaming
the raptor,
me?
doesn't he get like a +4 bonus to his saving throw anyway because humor doesn't translate well across species?
It doesn't have the capacity for laughter.
All right. The clown, like, just looking down at you and smiling, expecting horrifying raptor laughter. You just kind of are more confused than anything. All right. That's it for clowns. Joshua, still within melee range of one of them, is going to help you out, Gaharis, and take some swings at it, which, because of flanking, he will have advantage on these attacks. Both of which hit. Okay. All right. He starts slicing with the rusty, blood-coated machete at one of the last standing clowns, doing some damage, but still standing. Now, Israel, you're up with Melvin frightened on deck.
Cool deal. I'm going to shoot 2 Eldritch Blasts at the 2 clowns that my marionettes are attacking.
All right, go for it.
So I'm going to do this together because I can.
So,
One of them, 1 hits. That's a 19 plus.
Okay.
Yeah, that totally hits. And the other was the 2 that definitely did not hit. So 1 Eldritch Blast hits. And that will be for 6 damage.
All right, noted. Okay. All right. You 2 arcane shots. One goes wide as Gaharis is in this like melee frenzy of metal shields and blades with these clowns, but one manages to strike true of the one above him and impacted in the side. And it turns its head to you. I see you're on the straight and narrow path. All right, that the end of your turn, Israel? All right. Melvin is frightened, so his action's going to be just running away. Melvin actually like elbows past you, Israel, to try and get to the furthest corner of the tent away from the demon jester as he can. Does Melvin have any bonus actions or abilities and reactions he wants to use before he makes a saving throw? Graham?
Oh, Melvin's gonna Eldritch Blast. Wait,
Well,
no, wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, okay. I just if he had any
no.
bonus actions, he could have done those. So
He's got nothing.
all right.
12
what's
wisdom.
the save?
12 wisdom. He's gonna keep running.
Yeah. He is still afraid.
That's it
Melvin's a
for Melvin.
chimney of the like eldritch black smoke of fright.
Melvin's crying. He's like, Grias! Grias!
Love it. He said that while Derek was away from the computer too.
I can hear it. No, it's okay.
Okay,
I got
okay.
wireless headphones. Yeah.
Okay.
He's looking for his hug bear.
All right. It is now the Demon Jester's turn. Is there a save to resist hold person, Utaka?
Yeah. Oh wait, no, I don't think so. Is it? Yes. At the end of their turn. End of their turn.
Okay, so yeah, so he can't do anything until the end of his turn.
That's wisdom again.
Okay.
DC 15.
Yeah, I'm just seeing if there's just for the heck of it. Wrong dice. Correct dice, please. Yeah, he can't do any of those. Okay. All right. Yeah, he's just gonna try to get out of hold person. DC.
15.
He
Wisdom.
fails. Stay down on the ground. Stay down on the ground, you motherfucker. All right. Yeah, that's the end of the Demon Jester. Or at least his turn. His end will come shortly. All right. Blue, you're up. It's a raptor. Grass. It's because
Close
blue.
thought you meant Gaharis there. That's I got confused.
Clever girl.
Yes.
I couldn't remember the name of the one from Jurassic Park, so I went with Jurassic World. It's the big one in Jurassic Park. I remember now.
Yeah, I don't know the names of the ones in Jurassic Park. Anyway,
Sorry.
what if dinosaurs could laugh? That would be unsettling. I also had that thought. What if we bring dinosaurs back and they just laugh the entire time? That isn't great. So okay. I was double checking the Clawfoot Raptor stats because I don't think D&D Beyond has all of them because they do have pack tactics and multi-attack. Those aren't listed, so I was double checking. So, because Ivron is part of my pack, I am going to go help him, and I'm going to try to pounce on the Demon Jester. And yeah, I will do multi-attack.
Yep, and remember you have advantage on these, and if they hit, it's an automatic crit.
Oh, okay.
And he automatically would fail the saving throw against pounce anyway. Paralyzation sucks.
So it's a dirty 20 to hit.
Yeah, it was a crit.
Okay. And that's just for the claw attack, so it needs to succeed on a DC 13 strength saving throw or be knocked prone.
It automatically fails because it's paralyzed. So.
Okay. All right. Well.
So yeah, so this is a crit, and it's already considered prone. So go nuts, go nuts.
Okay. Well, that's 15 times 2 for a crit, so 30 points of slashing damage for the claws. And then I'll dig in with the chompers and go for a bite.
You have advantage, and if you hit, it's a crit.
Yeah. That was a nat 20, so yeah.
I'll tell you what. With essentially a double crit, and this thing's on pretty low health, what would you be rolling for damage even without the crits?
It's 2d4 plus 3. So
yeah, you're almost guaranteed. So how do you want to do this?
Yeah, just full on raptor roar. Again, coming from out of nowhere, pounces with the claws, and then I almost imagine like it's just Ivron's face. It's just a little bit of demonic clown blood splatters up, and you just see like a little raptor head just kind of look around. A little bit of demonic, ringmaster throat still in its mouth. Just
all right.
His little raptor wink to Ivron.
All right, Ivron. As you and Gaharis' spiritual weapon go to town on the jester that Utaka is keeping on the ground, Griaz as a raptor just disembowels it right then and there. Griaz, your mouth is full of confetti and streamers, and it tastes like candy. And as the jester lays there, it kind of inflates a little bit more. Confetti and streamers go all over the circus. And you can hear the claps and cheers of the invisible audience that's been enraptured during this performance, quote unquote. Um, but a few clowns still remain. But the ringmaster is no more. That it for your turn, Griaz?
I think so. He probably still has movement left, but I'll stay where I am for now.
Okay. All right. Then that brings us to technically Moscow would get a move here real quick as well. So then Utaka, you'll go after that. Just cause he goes on the demon gesture, but the demon gesture couldn't do anything, so I lost count for a hot sec there. Just making some rolls. Yeah. Okay. All right. Gaharis, as you're just like dueling like 3 clowns at once, basically, even if the third one is occasionally turning its attention away from you to make jokes at the other's expense. You watch as Moscow uses the metallic boomerang, throws it, and directly strikes against the head of the first one. Its head bursts like a balloon, like sending confetti and streamers everywhere. And the boomerang circles back to Moscow, who catches it and throws it again at the one on your other side, hitting it in the arm, and circles back to him. And you've seen boomerangs in action. While they can return, they don't typically return on a hit. It's just on a miss. But Moscow hits one, it returns, and he throws it, only for it to return back to him, even if both hit. This clown is toast, and 2 remain, and heavily wounded. All right. With that, Utaka, you're up.
Barry will climb down so that he can reach the one that's in front of him between Harris and...
Yep.
And I think that's...
Joshua.
Yeah. I know, but I more meant, I think that's a hit on his first attack and a miss on the second.
Okay.
Because it's AC 12, right?
Clowns have an AC of 11.
Oh, okay. Then yeah. Still, hit on the first, miss on the second.
Okay.
That is 8 bludgeoning. It's grappled.
All right. So 8 bludgeoning. It is grappled.
I will also... Garnet can't do anything else, so I'll just roll wisdom and save for that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a 16. Did they beat it?
Hey, you just beat it.
Yay! I'm so proud of her. Okay. What else can I do? I don't even know, man. I don't really want to waste more spell slots on this.
It seems like the party's got the clowns well in hand, so...
I will, with a flourish, draw my rapier. And swing it a little, move over here between this thing and that thing, and stab it.
All right. Stab away.
I shall do so. And it's... I know we silvered them. I don't know if that affects anything.
I'll note it down. I'm keeping track of the damage, so I'll note that.
Okay, that is an 18 to hit.
That's a hit, of course. Roll damage.
Okay. For 9 plus... So 12.
All right.
12 piercing.
Yep, you stab into it as confetti and streamers pool around the point of your blade. These last 2 clowns are surrounded and without a prayer, but At least they still have their laughter. All right. Ivron, you're up. Garrus on deck.
Ron is just going to move to around, I guess, everybody else into the range of these two and start attacking one of them.
Yep, you can just make that with your movement, so yep, you're good. All right. You would get advantage on whichever one you attacked, but do you? I will say the one to Gaheris' south on the map looks the weakest. Also, I love how both of them are literally surrounded on all sides, so they literally couldn't retreat even if they wanted to try. Yeah, so you will have advantage on these attacks, and you can specify a target if you want. Otherwise, I'll just pick one. But yeah, so.
Go ahead and pick one.
All right, so yeah, you have advantage on these attacks.
18.
That's a hit.
And a 12.
That is just barely, but a hit. Roll for damage on both.
Oh yeah, no, that was sorry, that was the damage.
Okay, noted.
Second one was a 17, and
yeah, still a hit, so you're good.
And then second damage state. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, you're fine. Don't worry about it. All right. So you charge in to assist your brother in the greatest enemy, clowns. Slice one, slice the other. They're both still standing. One just barely, though. It's leaking streamers and confetti and laughing very distortedly. The one to Gaheris' left on the map seems to be standing the strongest at the moment. Is that it for your turn, Ebron?
Yep, that's it.
All right, Gaheris, you're up. Merry Marionettes and Clowns to follow.
Wonderful. Putting one attack on each.
Right,
and then as a bonus action, moving my spiritual weapon to there and making an attack with that. So we'll do spirit weapon first.
Yep,
because
spirit
maybe
weapon.
that will kill it.
All right, go for
that
it.
is a 24 to hit.
Has a hit. Roll damage.
That is 6 plus 4 is 10 damage.
Clown down. Any flavor?
It just cuts him down the middle.
All right. Yeah. Streamers and burst like a confetti cannon.
And
it's a party.
2 strikes on the other one. That is a 4 plus 8 for 12 and a 7 plus 8 for 15.
All right, both hit. Roll damage.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. All right. First slash is 11 slashing damage, 10 slashing damage from the other one. And it needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Which it succeeds.
Alright, so it takes 7, 14, 15... 15 plus 7 is 22, 11 necrotic damage.
Okay. So your spiritual sword slices one clown down the middle, and you start just bearing down on the final one. Slice, slice. It is still standing, but quite literally held together by confetti and sinew.
I've got nothing. That's it. The marionettes can beat him up.
Yeah, exactly. The marionettes would swoop in to swarm it.
Yep.
As much as they can.
Yeah, only 2 of them are going to be able to reach it. And Utaka, you get a very discomforting visual as one of them just kind of floats around you and Moscow to get to the opposite side to both start beating down on the clown.
Alright, only 1 hits.
You should roll with advantage?
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, they have advantage on this, so.
Cool.
Do I think these are undead?
Yeah. 2 of these will hit, and then they will do 3 damage and 5 damage, respectively.
Okay, 3 and 5. Okay. Okay. Bam, bam! They just start like beating down on the clown, and it just starts laughing uproariously. And Utaka, without the assistance of a spell, they certainly look like it, but it's hard to say. They clearly are under like an unusual dominion that you've not seen before. Merry Marionettes. The clown gets one final chance to strike. Misses. Yeah, misses. They just start swinging wildly at everyone around them, laughing uproariously as they're leaking streamers, but cannot find purchase when they're completely surrounded and everyone's like blocking and ready. And I'll say Israel, it's on very low health, and the last enemy
Oh, I
standing.
already hit it.
Yeah.
I hit
Uh,
21 to hit.
How do you want to kill
damage.
the final? Yeah, how do you want to kill the final clown? You definitely.
Oh, she says just die already, and shoots a beam just straight from her hand. Like she doesn't even have the bow ready. She's just like, just die.
As you do this, it turns towards you and just and its head pops like a balloon, and it just melts into streamers and confetti. And the circus, you hear clapping, screaming, and cheering from the invisible audience that dies down to an ambient chatter. And then finally, the circus, now covered in confetti and streamers literally everywhere, tiny little garnets scuttling towards you, Utaka. The circus falls silent.
I doff my mask so I don't turn into a spider.
Valid.
Looking pretty exhausted, Israel just sort of like flicks her hand, and the strings seem to like break. And as they break, the marionettes just sort of evaporate into mist, like they were just illusions after all. They're just gone.
And the last thing you all hear as the marionettes vanishes, which way do we go?
I want a single streamer to kind of fall that says when dinosaurs ruled the earth. As I just.
I will say one final streamer does swirl around you, Griaz, and you feel like you feel powerful.
Look around briefly for Chris Pratt and realize that he's not there, so I just.
Yeah, he wasn't in that movie.
No.
If only. We'll tweet at him next week, and we'll say, hey, we've got a rapper for you to wrangle.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Shoot your shot, yeah.
yeah, shoot your shot.
Hey, Chris Pratt, you want to play Dungeons and Dragons next week?
We couldn't book,
We couldn't book Mark Hamill, but maybe
Yeah.
one day we will book a celebrity.
Oh my god. So, as you all settle, the circus is filthy, covered in streamers, confetti, and the bits of blood from the injuries you did take. You all kind of curiously look at Israel for their unusual summonings. Moscow, for their part, looks around with a wide smile. Well, that was fun! And that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
All right. We are gonna raid someone potentially this week. Ho. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe not, depending on if I do it correctly this time.
In the meantime, while he's setting that up, I was Pharaoh. I played Utaka.
We're going.
Oh, hi.
Panic. Wait, I can cancel it. You're good.
Okay.
Sorry, everyone, do your shoutouts first. I got too excited.
I'm Pharaoh. I played Utaka. You can't find me anywhere else. Moving on.
Exactly. Hey, I'm Kari. I played Israel. You also can't find me anywhere else.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Hey.
You can find me other places. We should turn, Jeremy. Jesus
Jeremy.
Christ. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
We know you have a
I
lot to
figured-
advertise. We'll get to you.
I figured the people who don't have things
No,
to
you're
advertise-
fine. You're fine.
No, you're fine,
Hey,
Jeremy.
I'm Jeremy. Don't bother looking for me. You won't find me anywhere. Go.
It's a shame you can't find these people other places because they're amazing people.
They are.
And they should do more things. But
Mhm.
But I
hi,
don't want
everybody.
to
I'm
share
Derek
them.
Sword. Greedy for them. If you want to find any of my projects, the best place is Twitter. It's tsword16. They include projects such as an upcoming campaign on Neva Saraid's channel, which is an oceanic campaign set in Homebrew World. It's going to start in 2 weeks. I'm going to be on Graham's channel for another game. We have our Session 0 Tuesday. So we're looking forward to setting the date for that. gosh, I'm sure there's other things, but I'm also the host of the podcast Monster Crush. If you enjoy smooching monsters and think that all monsters deserve at least a chance on a date, you can find that wherever podcasts are found. Uh, yeah, it's late. I'm sorry. I used to have a list of things that I did, and I had to edit it because stuff changes. But check me out on Twitter. You can find all my stuff there.
Hi, everybody. I'm Graham. Wait. Matt, you didn't go. You go
Okay.
now. Oh, you go
uh,
now.
you go no. Yeah, I am Oog. um, hello, I was Matt, your DM. I played everyone who wasn't the fantastic clown slayers. I mean, you guys killed the dragon. That's cool and all, but you killed clowns. That's the real shit right there. I'm glad I get to run this absolutely insane campaign. Very few parties could handle this as well as these guys do. If you want to see more of my insane DMing, you can check out my Tuesday game on the Odd Tornado Productions YouTube and Twitch channels for my Tuesday stream game of Black Ink and Blue Blood, taking place in Gaheris and Ivron's homeland, but a bit in the future from this campaign. Featuring a politically driven setting and cast of, with one exception, all being nobles and lords of some kind. If you want to see more of my personal artistic endeavors on a webtoon and tapas, you can find my webcomic Undercommon, featuring one of the first goblins to ever become an adventurer. If you want to see more of me or any of my other fantastic, talented artist friends stuff, check out Odd Tornado Productions Official on Tumblr, and it has links and posts to all of our stuff, including this stream. And that's it for me.
Oh, jeez. Okay, I guess it's me. Hi, everybody. My name is Graham, or Graham Crackers. Thank you for stopping by my channel. I really appreciate seeing you here, and I love you each dearly and devotedly. You can find me every Wednesday on Open for Adventure playing Samander, the Light Cleric, on the Uncaged Anthology playthrough at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard. You can find me every Friday here at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard playing Gaheris Nervos, who I had the delight to play tonight for you all. And you can find me every other Saturday on Polished Cryptids channel, where I play Mavrin Minados, a tiefling sorcerer warlock / ex-pirate who may have made a deal with an aboleth. Outside of there, you can find me DMing starting in March on this channel every Tuesday, where I will be handling 2 separate new campaigns. The Tears of... Oh gosh, you'd think I would remember the names. The Shards of Anarin
Narion?
and Anarian's Rest,
Shards of-
subject to change when they choose their own party names, but for now that's what they're called. I will be announcing on Twitter the cast for both games when I get their art finished, which is in the works. So stay tuned for that. It's going to be an absolute blast. And I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Get some rest, get some Z's, get some pizza, get whatever makes you happy, honestly. Stay healthy, stay happy, and stay at home. And we are going to raid... Oh, hey, Bob. Nothing got fire, yes. So we are going to raid Dork Tales. Woohoo!
Woohoo!
All right, so we hope you will join us as we raid them, and hopefully convince them to raid us. Tell them Gaheris says hi.
Yes, and thanks you all so much. You're all fantastic. We love you.
Until next time.
Might solve a mystery or rewrite history. Dork Tales.
Velociraptor.
Woohoo!
Woo!
Raptor. Woohoo!
And we cut callouts to like we're all awesome and everyone did fantastic because we're all exhausted.